Okay. Hello, everyone. And I'm just going to switch to German just real quick, Michael. So, I don't know, people aren't too alienated. They're gonna be later on. Hi, hallo, liebe Leute. Ich weiß, es ist eine ungewöhnliche Uhrzeit, um zu streamen an einem Sonntagmittag, was auch dafür gesorgt hat, dass ich vollkommen panisch hier jetzt reingefallen bin, weil ich auch irgendwie nicht damit gerechnet habe, obwohl es mein Stream ist, dass wir an einem Sonntagmittag streamen. Der Grund dafür ist, dass wir Michael eingeladen haben und er sitzt in Australien und es wäre sehr unfair, zu normalen deutschen Zeiten zu streamen. So, das heißt aber auch, dass wir jetzt gleich auf Englisch switchen werden für gute Teile dieses Streams. Und ich hoffe, dass ihr folgen könnt. Wenn ihr sonst Nachfragen habt, weil ihr irgendetwas nicht verstanden habt, schreibt sie im Chat. Ich habe ein Auge auf den Chat, dann versuche ich Dinge zu erklären. Entweder indem ich kurz auf Deutsch switche oder im Chat schreibe. Und Nico hat schon gesagt, Rerolls für Michael werden zu Bullshit-Cards. Denn wir spielen hier Clueless, The Dark Eye. Das ist vor allen Dingen 4-mal so clueless als ursprünglich gedacht. Denn wir haben einfach gedacht, wir spielen das schwarze Auge mit einem nicht-deutschen GM, der auch nicht sich vorbereitet hat, zumindest nicht auf das schwarze Auge und schon gar nicht auf seine Regeln. Aber wir spielen es mit 2 ehemaligen ChefredakteurInnen und ich bin auch dabei, weil es mein Stream ist. So. Und außerdem hab ich Michael als erstes gekannt. So. Und dann hat sich herausgestellt, dass weder Thomas noch Eevie noch ich gerade besonders fit sind, was die Regeln für DSA 5 angeht. Es wird also sehr unterhaltsam. Und wir werden gleichzeitig versuchen, DSA zu spielen und Michael darüber zu täuschen, was das schwarze Auge ist und wie es funktioniert. Und er hat das Recht, wenn ihm irgendetwas zu fishy vorkommt, Bullshit anzukündigen, to call Bullshit, und uns zu sagen, dass es nicht stimmt. Aber alles, wovon wir schaffen, ihn zu überzeugen, wird wahr. Wir müssen uns dann unsere eigenen Bullshit-Regeln halten und wir müssen uns an unsere eigenen Bullshit-Hintergründe und Sachen, die wir gesetzt haben, halten. Und dann müssen wir selber damit leben. Also die Verantwortung liegt in unseren Händen, was überhaupt keine gute Idee ist. Ich weiß nicht, ob unsere Hände die richtigen sind für irgendeine Form von Verantwortung. Okay. And this is the point where I'm going to switch to English. So Michael can, I don't know, relax, stop smiling and pretending he understands what I'm saying apart from a few names.
I don't know. So, can I relax? Is that
no.
a thing? Am I permitted to do so?
You can absolutely
relax.
A lot
of words in that intro to "Hi, my name is Myri. Welcome to the stream." But you know what? Whatever.
I did. To be honest, it takes a long time in German to explain what my name is. I did explain the rules for today a little bit in German first, but we're going to do it again in English, so Michael can call bullshit on me. Presenting the rules in a wrong way.
Maybe.
Okay. So what we're doing is we're playing the Dark Eye, and none of us know exactly what we're doing, and I'm going to explain that. But first, hello, Michael, and thank you for joining us for this honestly pretty stupid idea.
No, thank you for having me. It is good to be here again with the lovely people at Orkenspalter, with some familiar faces and some new ones as well. I've missed the community here. I tell people this all the time. This is probably one of my favorite European communities on Twitch or any online streaming platform, and I do mean it. It is so welcoming and so generous every time I come here. It's truly a pleasure, and I cannot wait for you guys to see this cockamamie, bar napkin idea somehow coming into fruition. This is what we're going with.
Yeah. It started out with Nico and me visiting you in Perth, something that I think you didn't believe would actually happen until we were there. Because, it's Perth.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. So I live in the most isolated city in the world. Like, it is closer to get to places in Asia than it is to get to other places in Australia from my house. And when Myri and Nico came to Perth, they were being chased by a bushfire. So I wasn't sure if they'd make it for many reasons. But when they did, they had very kindly bought me a copy of the Dark Eye core rulebook, which as soon as I received it, then proceeded to tell me that you can't read it because, hey, we've got this really cool idea. And the idea was entirely based on the fact that what would happen if you tried to run a game of the Dark Eye without having actually read the book? Like because I am a experienced Pathfinder game master, Dungeons and Dragons game master, and I've played so many different indie games that I'd like to say that my like game master senses are pretty on point. You know, like I feel like I've got a good instinctual understanding of how rules should work. You know, and Nico decided like, well, you know, let's put this to the test, and you know, look at us now, a few years later, you know, pandemic and a hop, skip, and a jump, and we ended up here for this game tonight. So yeah, I'm so keen. I'm very excited, and I cannot wait to dive in and find out so much about this game.
Yeah, I'm finding out things about our tech. Nico says, and please chat, help me out. Nico says that we are slightly desynced, picture and sound, and that Michael is too low in volume.
I'm too low? I can fix that. All right.
I know.
No, I can increase some stuff. There we go. All right.
Okay.
There we go.
Much better. And does anyone else see? Because there is no reason on my side. I see your sound and your picture arrives in sync with me. Cool. So if anything is out of sync, it's my streaming software. Because but I didn't put any desyncing in or something like that. So if you can help me out, is the sound first or is the sound late? Things like that. Yeah.
Just one more check of the volume, like 1, 2, 3 test.
Yes.
Okay.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. This is the sound of my voice. It may be very low, but it is only because I have a voice like butter on the radio.
And it's warm in Australia.
It is very warm. We do not put butter on the radio in Australia as well, just so you know. Like, that is not a tradition. Please do not put dairy products on your electronics. This was not a thing. Do not do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, no one is telling me anything now. So let's skip ahead and say hello to Eevie. Sound is good. Eevie is I almost said the third wheel, but that's not how you introduce anyone. She's the third partner in Orkenspalter TV by now, and a good friend, and especially she's the dark eye dépendance. I would like to say. So usually she does the dark eye
I'm going to struggle with German. How dare you start throwing French in as well? This is just unacceptable. I agreed to people speaking German.
Well, I'm sorry, we're European. Yeah, all of us are multilingual.
Sorry, Eevie, I didn't mean to interrupt your intro. I was very upset just then.
Yeah.
All right.
But I'm right now, my brain is just struggling with catching up to the fact that I'm awake and doing things. And yeah, so dépendance was the only word that came to mind in not English. But Eevie is former head of editing for The Dark Eye. And she is playing Askra's daughter. And now she's telling you a little bit about herself and how she prepared for the session, so we can find out if her sound is okay.
All right. Hello, everyone. I was born to play the session because, yeah, I used to be the lead editor of The Dark Eye for a couple of years, I think between 2011 and 2016 or 17. Don't recall. It's been a long time. I still write for The Dark Eye. So just recently, 2 books came out where I was writing stuff. And however, I am very excited to see Michael try to, GM for us without having any idea what this game is. And I think that's the only reasonable approach to this game. Like the totally new experience, just dive into it. We all did it. The only difference is we did it when we were teenagers. And Michael gets a more, mature approach to this whole thing with 3 people who I would say are advanced users to experts on this topic, and will be trying to bullshit you just a little bit.
A tiny bit.
So
Nico is asking for a little bit more volume out of Michael.
Oh, a little bit more? Yeah, I can do a little bit more. Okay, is that better, Nico? Nico.
I hope so. With me, I see the volume.
Yep.
Just fine, but I'm not. My ears aren't working as well as most people's ears.
That's okay. My brain doesn't work that well.
Same.
Happens.
Same. I'm sorry, Michael. My
We
brain.
have to do this in the morning. Why?
Because I'm in Australia, Eevie.
Well, next time we come to Australia, end of discussion.
Yes.
Yes.
Come to Australia.
Okay.
I will find us a small little shed in the bush to go play games. I'll let you pat tiny furry mammals. I'll protect you from the spiders, everything.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine if you protect us from the spiders, but you need to protect us from the flies.
Oh yeah, that's harder.
Okay. So, and last but definitely not least is Thomas. And Thomas was the head of editing for The Dark Eye starting in the 90s.
From 97 to 2011.
Yes. And he basically spearheaded a lot of things that have made a lot of impression on me, because that was the time that I played The Dark Eye the most intense. So he is behind many of the changes, both in rules as well as in the setting, that have made a huge impact on the game, and especially me, for quite some time. So now I have gassed him up enough. He's a great world builder, and I don't think he's very up to date with the rules for the 5th edition, so he's clueless just as us. Okay.
Definitely not. I dusted off my D20s. I have a special set for Aventuria that I used to use for, let's say, 30 years or so. I started out playing that game in 1984, 1985, or when it started, and we were clueless at that time, but everybody was clueless, and well, we bullshitted our way around the game, and then our bullshit became the rules. I worked with Das Schwarze Auge from 1988 or so, 2nd edition, and our gaming group just first made up the rules and then made the rules.
That's your prerogative as an editor.
Yeah. But since the 5th edition, I haven't played. I played 3 or 4 games in Aventuria and some more in Myranor, the sister continent, but with the same rules. So I try to bullshit you on lore, because the game rules are not as new. They haven't changed that much from 4 to 5, but there are some significant changes that I just don't know.
Yeah.
So,
I was gonna say, if there is no second continent and you've already started bullshitting me, I swear to God.
Yeah, we are entering like a twilight zone of truth right now, because Michael, as per our request, isn't prepared. And I think that's the best way to do it, because I have no idea just how much time you would have to put in to start with a Dark Eye from scratch to be confident to run it correctly. And
True.
Yeah.
I think it's much funnier to take it from a perspective where there is this sense of just fun, and there is going to be a lot of fun here. There's going to be a little other game mechanic that we're going to be including into today's session of The Dark Eye. But before I go into all that, we do have one other character we need to find out about, and that is, of course, from the very delightful and talented hostess of the show today, and that is Myri. Myri,
How dare you be nice to me? Thank you. Yeah, hi. I'm here because Orkenspalter TV is half my channel. So Nico and I, we are Orkenspalter TV plus Eevie, who is, as I said, our person to go to for the Dark Eye stuff. And we started out as the Dark Eye channel, and the Dark Eye is turning 40 this year, which is a good age to be, generally. And yeah, this is our way of celebrating, with trying to have as much fun with the Dark Eye as it is right now, and try to see if we can get Michael to completely break down while trying to GM a session. And we're also going to have a talk about favorite The Dark Eye books and products following this play session. And we also are going to have a quiz in the evening with the Dark Eye questions. Nico tried them out on me last night, and I'm proud to say I got like 60 or 70% right. So it is doable, but there were questions where I was just breaking down laughing because they are very specific, and also Orkenspalter TV specific, because we did write for the Dark Eye, and quite a substantial amount if you add everything up. And yeah, and it was the point where a very important NPC and stuff that I wrote, I had forgotten their name. It was embarrassing. Yeah. And, honestly, I expected Myri to introduce Mrs. Shen as one of the channel pets. Nah, we do have channel pets. And Eevie has brought 2 of them because she has 2 very lovely, chunky British short hair cats who might or might not enter the chat. Michael also has studio cats who are very lovely. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a pet entering Thomas's.
No, my only pet is that
Cthulhu.
and the resident spiders.
Oh, yeah, I'm giving clues away for Eevie this evening. Stop. Yeah, but it's only a tiny clue, because an important NPC and stuff that we've written can be a lot of people. So, and that's it. Okay, I think we're going to start, and I'm trying to add to the layout how many bullshit cards you've got, Michael, because you can call bullshit on us, and I think we need to think about something that we gift you or that we do for you.
Well, So this is a perfect time. I actually did come up with rules for today's session in regards to the bullshit cards. So let's explain them very, very briefly. So first of all, as mentioned, I know absolutely nothing about the Dark Eye lore, the Dark Eye world, and things like that. Now, at any point in time, the players are able to speak in German in order to plot, or even just have casual chats, in order to try and throw me off in regards to what they would like to try and pass by me. Now, generally speaking, if I suspect that a rule is incorrect or a piece of lore has been made up, I can call a bullshit card. Now, I have 3 bullshit cards, and if I spend all 3 bullshit cards, each member of our group will gain an automatic success at whatever check they would like. These will give you the best result for that check. This is like, what D&D would call a critical hit or a critical success, or whatever you would like to say it. And if you manage to get me to spend all 3, that is how this works. If, however, I get to claim a bullshit and I do so correctly, then I get a free roving moment where I can complicate whatever we happen to be doing. So this might be something as simple as trying to jump over a small ledge, and if someone bullshits me on the rules on how to jump over a ledge, and I call them on that rule, then the ledge may turn into a chasm, or there may be a tentacle monster that'll suddenly erupt from it, or maybe a giant burning wagon comes careening down a road, gets dislodged from the road, and sends a bunch of knives from a warehouse that were being shipped suddenly raining down on our group. It is basically a catastrophe happens if I manage to call bullshit. So I have 3 cards.
No, I have to call it. Those 3, I have to call bullshit. You've got 5 because people have bought 2 new ones for you in chat. We decided that re-rolls turn into bullshit cards for the session. So you've got
I love
5.
That. Okay, I've got 5 bullshit cards. Okay.
Just to confirm, so if you have a bullshit success, as we would call it, catastrophe. A catastrophe happens? Okay.
Yes. I think for the sake of it as well, just for the balance of the rules of that, it'll still count as I have 3 bullshit cards. However, I will use those rerolls as I'm not expending one of the bullshit cards, if that makes sense. I know it sounds a little bit pedantic, but it's going to matter for you guys when I give you guys your critical success. It'll make a difference, trust me.
Okay.
Fine. Okay.
Good.
All right. Now, in regards to what can be bullshitted, literally anything. Anything from the rules to even stuff that I've said. Like if I said, hey, you guys went to the old bar. The bar was called the Wooden Horse. And you tell me later it's like the bar wasn't the Wooden Horse. It was the Smoking Barrel. And if you get that by me, great. Like, like you can bullshit anything, even stuff I build up. There is no rules that are sacred. There are no lines that I will not go through. And for the most part, in terms of content, in terms of lines and veils, I want to let everyone know that at least the way that I run things, we do not have like any kind of strong themes beyond like sort of a soft M rating. So I absolutely have no uses of things such as torture or the removal of any kind of player agency or consent. This is just part of my natural state of being, as well as any kind of harm or torture to children or animals. Do any of you guys have any lines and veils that you would like to establish now before we kick off?
No, I think anything that I would have to mention is already covered under your rating. Yeah. So I've got the the usual stuff like no sexualized violence, no violence towards kids. Things like that. Okay.
Yep.
I'm also looking at my character right now, and she can't do shit.
Oh yeah. I also noticed the name of your character, Myri.
Yes.
Mrs.
What did you notice about it? Do you want to read it loud?
No, I don't. Always with you. Von Drusty Zoo Molenbeek thing is already hard enough. Now I've got Brusella Sarkish Os Astol is what I'm going to say.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's better than I expected, yes.
Nice. And I could see there's Askra Asdottir.
Whoa. Well done you.
And Ciro Totona?
It's Kiro, but yes, Totona.
Okay. So Kira, Askra, and Brusella.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, where we begin, I'm going to leave in the capable hands of our audience. As you can see in front of you, there is a map, a wide and beautiful map to the continent that belongs to the Dark Eye. I have no control here, but you will all get to decide where we go. On the map, we have the Anagram Islands, Alfalfa, a desert, Italy, France, Madagascar, better not talk about Istan, Germany, East Germany, the Sword Coast, Vikings, Riviera, and Russians. Chat, if you would, just tell me where in the world are we taking our players? I'm gonna go with if there's like one that stands out the most in chat, that is the one we're gonna go with. But can I just say as well, I'm gonna call bullshit on the tech. This isn't an official bullshit call, but this is a bullshit call because I was given the map as well, and the Anagram Islands when I was given it was actually the Tolkien Islands. Okay, so just putting that out there. It was changed from when I was given it.
There were slight changes. The desert was also had a different header.
It did have a different name.
Yes, but it sounded too crass, I think.
Oh, did it? Was it a little crass? Is that what it was?
It was a little crass. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So Alfalfa, Italy, France, desert, Madagascar, East Germany. We have 3 times East Germany.
I'm saying Alfalfa and East Germany are taking the lead here.
Mm-hmm. Madagascar, we have 2 Madagascans. Someone is wondering whether the compass is the wrong way around. Yes, that's true. Thank you for calling bullshit on that. The continent is usually shown the other way around. But since Michael is from the southern hemisphere of our
Right,
world.
you're making allowances, fair.
Yeah, we switched it around. So it's called in the south as you are used to. Well, you're not used to
Okay.
anything being cold, but you know what I mean.
No, that's true. All right, I'm seeing a lot of East Germany here. So I think that's where we're going to start.
East Germany. Okay.
All
That's
right.
very good because my character actually is from East Germany. Altzoll is basically where Germany meets East Germany, or as you would say, the Garethian Empire meets Tobrian. Notice the long gap where I try to remember the name of what East Germany is actually called.
All right.
Some years ago called the Darklands.
Yeah.
Our personal Mordor.
Or Shadowlands, yes. Good. Do we want to be more specific? Which place we're going to start? Anything where the evil guys still are in power, or somewhere?
Look, I have no idea, but I'm looking at my map, and I am going to pick this spot here. It is
very helpful.
It is in the center of the. The region. There is a lake that bleeds out into a river that leads southwards, and it has 4 offshoots to that river.
Yeah.
It crosses by what looks to be a road leading into the mountains that are just there. That river crossing is where I am currently looking at for our starting location.
Okay, I'm trying to mark it on the map. In a second. So we are all agreed on where to start. I should actually.
Also, if anyone in chat knows exactly what is there, feel free to write it, in chat, because then I can read it.
Is the red circle, or
okay, so a little bit
circle-ish, a little bit south.
Yeah, so a little bit south and to the right, but yes.
So from the lake, we were going south and to the right.
Correct. So it's where the river crosses over the main trade route.
Okay.
I know where we are, I think.
Actually,
good, because I know.
Where are we?
I think we're at Vier Eichen.
South of Lake Islay.
Yes, correct. Yeah, I think where the river would hit the street, I think it would be called Vier Eichen, and I only know that because we brought out a book years ago called The Aventurian Atlas, and all it had was maps, and they needed an index for these maps, and I literally looked at every river, at every city, at every mountain range there was on this entire continent. And,
okay. Vier Eichen literally translates to 4 oaks, but I don't know. I honestly don't know anything about Vier Eichen.
Okay.
We're gonna find out.
As I'm from Italy, France, I actually don't know anything about stuff happening on the other side of the continent. So you can just bullshit us here.
Yeah. So my character is from Vikings, so I've probably never been there.
At least I'm from roughly the same region. So should I bullshit something about?
Oh, you can, but let's dive into the game before we start bullshitting before we even start playing, shall we?
Yeah.
So, our adventure begins along a long and winding road. It is the middle of the year, and the summer weather is kind of like petered. A soft and warm rain seems to pour down onto this region, though the clouds seem relatively thick and ominous, especially gathering around the mountains to the south. As you 3 travel by wagon, following the road en route to a small dwarven settlement, our heroes make a small stop by a halfway house known as the Laughing Centaur. Now, this is not a place that many with any amount of good reputation stop by. However, before reaching Fia Eschen, this is a crucial stop, as it allows you to visit the members of a variety of different guilds who are very well known for trafficking people to, from, and around the region. If you do not pay them the particular respects, well, you might find your time in such a town to be rather harried by thieves, brigands, or others who wish to do you harm.
I don't think you're going to like the people, Askra.
Why is that?
Because they trade in humans.
They what?
Aren't you Thorwalders pretty well known for hating any kind of slavery?
Yeah,
that's what I heard about you.
That's right. We don't appreciate that very much.
Oh, sorry. When I say traffic, I more mean like you actually moving through the area, not that they actually kidnap people in human trafficking.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
But I heard they do that in these regions.
Yes, they do.
I mean, they do, but they don't have a city dedicated to it.
All right. Maybe that was a misunderstanding.
No, but still, keep your eyes open. Many of the people who very easily switched sides when the Shadowlands appeared are still around, let's put it like that. They're not welcome in civilized society, so they stay outside and very much uncivilized.
Wow.
So, Bruzella, you're from around here?
Well, I'm from a little bit up north-south, from Alzol.
Do they still have the Undead Dragon Emperor or the mad mechanic ruling that one city? Or do undead still roam the land?
Well, we do still have undead, but the army of undead has been shattered. And if the stories are true, a great hero rode a divine chariot into the pyramid of the undead dragon. So
that does not sound good. Why did we have to stop here? Why we're here at all? I can't see the sea. This is rubbish. This is utter rubbish. This lake that's just a little tiny puddle of piss some god took centuries ago. Can't we go back to shore?
We are heading there. But, you know, traveling on land is cumbersome and takes some time, right? So
yeah, why are we doing it?
Excellent question. As the wagon stops and you are ushered out, a mysterious figure from the front of the coach steps down from the driver's seat. It is a man that you've never really seen properly in person. A suit of armor with a large fold that seems to wrap around his neck, and in place of a head, you have a giant flame burning bright and sickly green. This is Dullahan. You do not know his name, just his title. And you met him as a remnant piece of the Undead Legion to the north. He claimed that there was a person that needed to speak with you, specifically the three of you, on matters pertaining to a rising threat in the north.
No.
One that would affect not only Italy, France, but also would see that the Vikings themselves would be caught between the bulwark of two vicious and nasty enemies. Dullahan steps off his horse and opens the door for you, very gentlemanly, in fact. His two glowing white eyes seem to stare at you from beneath the flames.
Now, I know what this looks like. This looks like a demonic entity that no one of us would actually interact with. But hear me out. I think he has very important information.
So Askra takes out this red headband and puts it around her forehead, very determined, and takes out her large axe. But she just looks like she's not happy with the situation. She doesn't say anything. She chews on her lower lip and stares.
I think I'll enter the inn or whatever it is and stay near the door and in the shadows as I used to do. But I'm really suspicious of that flamehead guy, but as Brusella said, let's hear him out first.
Yeah. I'll go in last.
Dullahan is merely your driver. As he lets you out, he closes the door behind you, and he says, "Thou hast arrived. The one thy seeks lays in the basement below. Order a drink. It is called the 3 copper. Order 3, then knock the table twice, and you will be led to thy mistress, for whom I speak."
Did anyone of you understand why he was on about?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then.
Well, there's a vampire in the basement.
A
What?
Who else lives in basements? Okay, we're in a dwarven town around here, but...
I did live in a basement for some time. You know, studying magic ain't cheap.
Is it a dwarven vampire?
Maybe a
It's
dwarven
judgment.
vampire.
Everyone's been a student. We get it.
Can dwarves turn into vampires?
Fuck knows.
Oh, fine. So, thank you for your services, Dullahan.
I shall await thee.
Yeah,
Upon your arrival,
I'm
shall
afraid
continue.
so.
Is something wrong with him? Why does he talk so funny? Is he drunk?
No, I think he's been undead for quite some time.
He returns to the seat of the driver's carriage. As Kiro opens the door, the smell of the tavern is the first thing that assails your senses. Originally, you're accustomed to taverns smelling like wine, ale, and sweet meats that come from a hearty kitchen, maybe the occasional perfume of a dancer or bard that may have wandered through. However, this is not the myriad of scents that assail you when you enter here. Watered down grog, the smell of salty men and women who probably haven't showered since the last rainfall, and what looks to be simply known as the hagfish bucket lies in the corner of the room. There is a huge, long table upon which sits a ventriloquist dummy that is serving drinks by the side of what looks to be a rather tall and rather lean-looking elven man. As you enter, a few people look up from their drinks. You can tell that these people are very, very inebriated. Some of them are playing dice games. A few of them are, sort of scratching names and symbols into the tables that they happen to be seated at. And chained up against one of the walls happens to be a tiny gnome bard, who is very sorridly playing an accordion as best that he can. There is sort of half-bitten chunks of meat and apples and just stuff that's just been kind of thrown at him as the gratitudes of the patrons as he's playing. But there are plenty of seats around and, of course, plenty of people to speak to.
I stare at
one of them, a five-armed lizard.
I stare at the gnome. Have you ever seen one of these creatures?
Nah, what is it? But, this place smells like home!
I have no idea what it is.
No,
one a demonic chimera left behind.
Did we have bad food last night, or did someone put something in our drink? looks just like from a theatric performance. This be real.
Oh, you think he's just a small person, like from a circus?
Yeah, but might be that a traveling show just put up residence here.
Or it's worse. It could be a kobold, and we will all get cursed.
Kobolds, curses. Shit.
That makes sense. Oh, we must have angered some fae, but
I'm not a kobold. I'm a musician.
I'm very sorry. I did not mean to offend you.
We love your music.
Yes, it's very lovely.
No, it's fine. I just don't want to be here anymore.
And then suddenly you watch as someone says, "Shut up and fly!" And then you see another like glass bottle break behind him, and he starts to play a little faster.
Oh boy, all the 12 gods.
We can save it, then it owes us a favor.
You can try. I will talk to the bartender because we do have a mission.
Yeah, it's the 3 copper. Three coppers.
And knock twice. Soya Salafea. And
Gesundheit.
I did not want to assume, but I thought it. Well, I guess my Elvish is horrible. I'm sorry.
The voice that came to you did not come from the elf. It came from the ventriloquist dummy, who is looking at you as you have approached the elf.
I don't know what's going on.
The ventriloquist dummy looks at you and says, what do you want?
We do want things to make sense, and also we want 3 coppers.
3 coppers? You got 3 coppers? You look like you just washed up from the Russia's lands. And we don't take them Russians' monies.
Oh, no, we do have Garethian coin.
Yeah, okay. Hey, dummy, fix him up. And you watch as the elf then goes over and starts to mix up 3 drinks. You also notice that the elf is mixing up 3 drinks with both hands, while the dummy is still cleaning a glass, staring at you.
Just one moment. I go back and get us into a huddle. I'm afraid the thing downstairs is worse than a vampire. It might be a black jester.
Oh. All right. We can still kill it, right? Worst case.
Yes. Hopefully
if it bleeds,
we can.
It can die.
There are stories about them.
Black jesters.
Like what?
Yeah, jesters, the magic works in ways that do not make sense to the educated mind, because the magic works as those of the Fae, but usually they're tamed by being good-spirited. Black jesters are not. And what is funny to them is usually not very funny for everyone else. So keep your mind sharp and try not to offend any of these weird creatures around here, right?
That's the
Are we
problem.
still gonna save the kobold?
As you begin to look around, I'm going to ask that you make a defense against illusions check of some variety. Now, I've been led to believe that beforehand, D20s must be rolled and rolled low.
Yes.
I'm not calling bullshit on that, because I feel like that is a very brazen attempt at bullshitting me if it was a basic core rule. And it honestly doesn't change anything at all if that were a bullshit, because, you're just reversing the numbers. So what would you need to roll to diffuse illusions in the dark eye?
We don't. That's
What do
the
you mean you
problem.
don't?
There is no active roll we can make against magic. We have a passive stat against magic, And basically, you would need to determine as a GM how powerful the magic is, and whether it could overcome this passive stat we have.
Okay. Do you want to know how you find out how strong the magic is?
Well, before that, I'd like to know how, like, in terms of the passive stat, how do you calculate the passive stat? What determines what that is?
So
I think in 5th edition it starts out with like all the same for people of the same species, and then you can buy a better stat. So it's not derived, but it's a point buy system for.
Okay, and what is the base stat?
I think it's actually 0 or something very low.
Okay.
Feel free to chime in, Eevie, if
you said it. It's true.
Okay, it's true.
I'm gonna call bullshit, because if you have to roll low and you start with low stats for your for your thing, that just sounds like absolute bullshit.
Well, to be honest, I'm not exactly sure where it starts, but you're wrong, Michael, because it's a passive stat that would just be subtracted from the strength of your magic. Or that you would have to beat.
I will relent that very well. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
So, was that one of your extra cards? Or
that was one of my bullshit cards. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so you're down to 4 by now.
Okay.
Actually, I don't see any value for Seelenstärke on my stat sheet. So
yeah, maybe they left that out on the quick starter. I'm having a look at the actual.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Yeah.
Well, and the second question, of course, is how does one determine the strength of, say, magic?
Okay, you would have to roll for the character who casts the magic.
Uh-huh.
And you would have to look at the exact spell that you're casting. So is this a whole scene? Is it just a character? Is it a sound or a smell?
It is a glamour. So
just one character?
It's a visual glamour on the entire facility.
Okay, that's very powerful magic. So that would be Auris Nasus Oculus with a field of, how big is the inn?
The end itself is probably 60 foot in length and width.
Why do you use feet? I thought you were from a civilized country.
Oh, freaking yeah! Okay, cool. 120 meters. Roughly.
Thank you. Square meters. Okay. Okay, you'd have to be a really, really impressively good mage to cast an illusion that big, I think.
Okay.
So now you need to find out which attributes you have to roll on for that spell. Attributes, as in 3. So you have to look at how good you are at the spell, and how hard the modifiers are. And I think for something that size, we're looking at modifiers of 5 or 6 or more.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay,
we're going to assume that your spellcaster is really good.
Okay, so he has already cast that spell, and yes, he is a powerful spellcaster. Which ironically was actually also already what was going to be the thing in the basement. Okay.
Now, basically you have to roll 3 rolls, and you have to roll under the 3 attributes connected to the spell. And if you roll over, you can use the points you have in the spell to lower your result. But you also have to fit in the modifiers. You did not follow.
Am I casting? Oh, wait, sorry. Am I casting the spell, or are you defending against the spell?
No, you're casting the spell.
Okay, but what if the spell's already been cast?
You can't just say it's a spell of strength X. I'm just telling you how it would be cast.
Right. Okay. I'm with you. Okay. So, So roughly in terms of the strength of a spell of this nature, the strength would be incredibly high. I'm picking it up. Okay, I got it. I know where I'm going.
So we're talking of a quality level of like probably 5 or 6. If it's
I guess so.
Incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
Out of 5 or 6.
5 or 6 is very high.
Is the max.
Every 3 steps or 3 points you have left on your test gives you a quality level. So a quality level of 6 would be 18 points left from a maximum of 18 to 20 for a very powerful spellcaster.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, we as beginning characters have no chance.
No chance.
In the Nether
Well, good.
Hells
Don't
to
kill
look
my
through
quest.
this.
Good. Good. Well, don't kill my quest giver. You're going to be fine.
If this is an illusion, so it is an illusion, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah, so
But
if
we
it's
don't
an
know.
illusion, you also have a chance like to do a perception check against the illusion. But if it's that powerful, I wouldn't even let us roll this because there's no
We
chance
could roll a
can-
critical success.
We could.
Well, here's the other thing. For me, and I don't know if this is a dark eye thing, I also have a scaling level of failure. For example, like you may not necessarily be able to break the illusion, but you may notice some inconsistencies that cannot be explained directly. So I will still get you to roll it anyway, just so that we can have our first roll of the game.
Yep.
So we'll get everyone to roll me perception checks as you are looking around.
Perception
Myri-
is sagacity, intuition?
Yeah.
Okay. I do have perception
So-
5.
So, to be clear, Brucella, you are by the bar.
Yeah.
Hero, you are near the entranceway, but you are inside, firmly next to where Askra is. So you guys are kind of like, you haven't quite found a place to sort of settle,
Okay.
but you know you're across from where the little man playing the instrument happens to be, yeah, Brucella is within eyeshot. You've got a direct line to where she is.
Okay. I failed my check by 3 points, so basically adding 1 level of strength to the illusion as it pertains to me.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I didn't even count by how much I failed. This was like a complete disaster.
Okay.
I have 7 points left, or that's 2 quality levels.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
So, Kiro, as you are looking around, there's certain things that just kind of don't add up as you are observing people around. You notice that one particular individual who seems to be seated down, a kind of a rather large man wearing like a furry coat, seems to sort of stand up. But as he does so, the chair that he's sitting on moves backwards before he stands up. And as he moves, it almost like you can hear the sounds of the floorboards creak in a way that would maybe indicate he is a very dense or very heavy individual, despite his size. You also notice that there's an individual who seems to, like when they go for a drink, seem to like sort of be drinking out of the side of their mouth instead of directly like, you know, chugging their beverage and stuff. Tiny little oddities that if you hadn't, you know, sort of like had a double take, you probably would have missed. But you can't quite put your finger on the source here.
Okay. I try to move over to Askar and Brucella and tell them what I've seen.
I have a really bad feeling about this. What are you talking about? Drinking from the side of the faces? Huh?
Something doesn't add up here.
There's a lot that doesn't add up here, but that doesn't mean it isn't real. We're in Tobria after all.
I think I haven't drunk enough.
As you say
let's
that,
change
3
that.
glasses, 3 pints are placed in front of you with a frothing dark ale. Within each of these dark ales, 3 coins
Dankeschön.
float in each. Oh, there you go. See, you got your ale right there.
Are we supposed to drink the coins?
Ugh.
They float in it.
Oh, they can't be.
Oh.
What are they made of?
They're metal. They're coins. They're legitimate.
But they're floating.
On top
That
of
is
a
the
head of
ale,
foam.
then.
What is the drink made of?
I'll try it. I take the coin out though.
You hear a family secret from the doll that's on the table.
I bet.
As you do so, you lift the drink to your lips. It is a very thick and heavy, very yeasty beer as it sort of goes down your throat. It's almost got a certain level of grit to it as you do. And the coins themselves add this sharp metallic tang as you basically just slosh back this beverage. It is absolutely probably one of the lower quality drinks you've ever had, but thankfully has not been watered down in any kind of way. If you wanted something to get you messed up, this is definitely stuff that would do it.
Excellent.
After you've drunk it, you place the empty glass down in front of you. Do you do anything else?
We'll do it twice, I think. Ponk, ponk.
Yeah.
Yep. As soon as Askra knocks the second time, all of a sudden, a veil is lifted from your eyes, and you look around and you can see that you are in a den of fairies, fae, and other creatures, but with one subtle difference. All of these fairies and all of these fae are undead.
Ooh.
The large man that you had seen previously getting up from his chair is actually what looks to be a it's basically it's like a selkie, but instead of having the skin or the shawl that one would wear, like a kind of like what do you call it, like a scarf, this one is almost like a bear skin tote that sits on their back. As they go to leave, you watch as they pull it over their head, and this figure transforms into a large woodland bear before leaving. You can see that the little gnomish individual off in the corner has pointed ears and a big fat woolen bottom that has goat legs attached to it and these tiny little horns on his head. You can see every single creature here is a bizarre, fantastical, and otherwise fae-like being. But the only person who could see that is Askra.
Are you all right? Is it safe to drink?
Askra is holding on to her weapon as if holding on to dear life. Her eyes are tall, her pupils completely eating any color that might have been in her eyes before. And she's just muttering stuff in her native Thorvalian language that sound very offensive and scared at the same time.
Askra? Askra?
They're all dead. They're all dead. Everyone's dead. They're fucking fairies and they're all dead.
What?
Hey, look. Dead though we may be, we still got feelings, okay?
No
Don't need
offense.
to...
No offense. I did not mean to insult everyone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's only the little toy that's speaking to you, and he goes, "Yeah, don't worry about it." And he's the only thing that hasn't changed after you drank the alcohol. He's still a tiny little ventriloquist dummy.
Have a drink. Have a drink.
I think we're in over our heads, guys.
Have a drink. Fuck a drink.
I'll down another one.
All right. As you do so, once again, similarly, your eyes are removed from the veil that is in front of you, and you likewise see the scene that unfolds around you. You could see the multitude of different fae-like creatures and stuff like that as they appear as fae, but also you could see there is a certain rot, a blackened decay that covers their bodies.
I don't want to be here.
Well, we're here now, aren't we?
And look, you got nothing to worry about while you're here. Couple of rules, just don't tell anyone your names. Very important thing here, just make sure that for the most part, if as long as you pay for something and you don't receive anything as a gift, that's perfectly fine, Other than that, you're good.
Okay.
We've been told about you guys coming, and if you want to get into the cellar, it's just down that way.
Right.
Here's payment for the drinks. Please take it.
He takes the copper for the drinks,
Right.
and he puts it in the till. The till has a tongue that sort of...
Let's go down to the cellar. It can't be worse.
Yeah.
Why did I say that? I'm sorry. I schlep over to the cellar, looking like I've aged around 20 or 30 years in the last 5 minutes.
You head over to the cellar, down a small corridor and past the kitchen, where you try not to look at a large man who seems to be mostly octopus as he is preparing the food in the kitchen. Continuing past, you find a small staircase that leads down into what looks to be a wine cellar. Several large barrels seem to be gathered on these rotten and water-stained oaken shelves, and you can see some of the good quality wine has also been locked up in a glass cabinet against one of the walls here. Just beyond, a glowing green light emanates from behind a closed door. It beckons to you. Who would be the first to open said door if you were to approach?
Not me.
Probably me, yeah.
Yeah, I'm shoving Askra forward.
All right. Askra.
I'm not the one to lead on courage.
Yeah. me
Askra,
and my trusty weapon. Very large.
Oh yeah, you.
Weapon.
Now, do you have your weapon in hand, or do you simply have your?
Absolutely.
All right, you've pulled out your weapon. What is your weapon? Describe Askra and the tool of her trade.
So Askra is a tall woman, and when I say tall, is like she's towering over everyone. Has long red hair in 2 braids. This very nice armor, like a mixture between scale and leather, but very light, so that you could probably swim in it. She has large arms, muscles everywhere, and a nice, large, very intricately crafted axe in her large hands that are slightly shaking at the moment.
All right. As
Stripy
your hands
pants?
tremble to.
Stripy pants?
Yeah,
Very
absolutely. Good. She's wearing pants, and her trousers are stripy.
I think I've got a pair of stripy pants, but I'm like right there with the visual.
Excellent.
As your hand trembles and reaches for the door handle, it swings open with a creak, and the light now bathes the room that you are in. It is a sickly green glow, and from within, you see what looks to be a rotted and dying tree with several veins that seem to be cracked and fissured along the root system that covers this room beyond the door. The light seems to come from that green, and nestled in and amongst it, with vines wrapped around, almost embracing it lovingly, caringly, is the corpse of a black jester.
Oh.
All right, here we are. Hello?
Just asking, is it a black jester as in he's from Tulamidia? Or as in, for some reason, we instantly identify him as an evil jester?
He is wearing, he actually is should I say, a dark jester's body. And he has a half white porcelain mask depicting the Piero mask from Italy, France, giving you a good idea that maybe he's from up north. Mm-hmm. You can also see that his like sort of hair is tucked in behind these bell-laden prongs. There are 2 of them that sort of go past his hair. And his outfit is a checkered outfit of black, white, but stained with what looks to be that red, not red, the green goo, the glowing stuff is just splattered almost like wounds across his body.
He looks dead or undead?
Well, that's a matter of perspective, isn't it? I mean...
He doesn't move.
Well, he doesn't move for the moment.
Okay.
Until suddenly you hear,
"So you've come. I must say, you are a lot different than I expected."
The mouth and the features do not match the voice that come from within. The eyes that open from the black jester are green and glowing, and the skin pallid, the jaw almost broken as it swings unnaturally as it tries to almost emulate the sound coming from its throat, but is not the source.
You are not what we expected either, Your Grace.
You may refer to me as Mistress Clefla.
Mistress Clefla.
I'm sure you're wondering why you've been summoned here.
Yes.
Yeah. And my answer is quite simple. Peace is why you are here. As I'm sure you're aware, I am not of the fey creatures, nor your kind. I am a creature known as a lich.
I have never heard of such a thing.
No.
We are mortals who decided that life was too short and finite a limit to pose upon ourselves, and we extend our life through unnatural and arcane means. It gives us plenty of time. It gives us plenty of time to pursue our various interests. I'm sure you have heard tale of the fall of the undead empire and the dragon at its helm.
Yes.
Yeah.
We belong to said army. But we do not bring you harm. Quite the contrary, in fact.
Just by your existence, you are endangering the whole world.
There are other things to do the same. And there are not many of my kind who understand the ways of the mortals, the fear that grips through these lands. So I extend a hand of peace. For there is a greater threat at hand. And the answers cannot come from my kind, lest people believe that it is the end of days brought about by our kind. So we need mortals like yourselves. Ones who can see that there are other threats, and that we have common enemies. So long as we have these common enemies, it is in our interest to make sure that the mortals understand these threats and work against them, not only for their own survival, but for our continued existence as well.
What could be more dangerous?
I know what you're talking about, and I get it. I really, really get it.
You do?
Yeah. Didn't you see, like, the octopus person up there? That is, we call it Haranga-Gezücht. This is the worst. It's the end of days. Haranga is what will eat the world
You
one day.
are more worried about the octopus than the talking corpse, which is definitely a spawn of Thagunithoth. She who sings for the dead.
Excuse my religious beliefs, but yes.
Well, it's my very dearly held religious belief that we need to torch this abomination right now.
Probably we'll be fucking dead then. And
But
where
our
did that get us?
souls will end up in paradise.
Demons, one and all. I say we better run.
That is
You
very...
are all welcome to leave. But if you choose to fight, then you welcome death.
As you didn't.
I like you. I see the Dullahan made the right choice. Fine. I have a proposal for you. Simply hear out the task that I wished you to perform, and I will relinquish my grasp on this entire facility. You can claim that you stained the hands of the blasphemers with your own blades if you so desire.
But do we actually
And
get
you
to
will-
kill something?
If you must.
Honestly, I think I'm entering a spiritual crisis.
You have no idea.
That is basically what I was trying to say. Kiro, say something.
I was raised in a temple, but that stuff is way above my head. And I say, as a demon offering us some boon or whatnot, we hear him out. And yes, Mr. Sklefla, we won't succumb to your any kind of seduction. You are a demon, and we may lose our life here, but we will not lose our soul.
Yes, what Kiro says.
I don't mind.
Well, fortunately for you, your body and your soul are neither of my interests at the moment. Now, to the south, 15 kilometers to the south, is a small and quaint village. There, a young mage has suddenly come into their power. This mage is not like any other. He holds power within him that he too does not understand. That is because he contains a soul similar to my own.
No.
He does not realize that he is possessed by this figure. His name is Naranti. Naranti was a king in his time and saw himself the only one worthy of standing against the dragon as equals. Pride, zealotry, whatever drove him, eventually he was offed and banished. We thought he dead. But unfortunately, that was not the case. And he has now taken residence, a young 15-year-old boy. This does not bode well for us. For among his power were the ability to enthrall those of the undead. The power almost equal to or akin to the dragon themselves, with a single word spoken. Mass graves would unearth. People's souls would jettison their bodies for fear of having to hear a second word from that boy's lips. I'm sure you can understand that this young mage cannot be allowed to practice magic and rise to fruition. If you are the demon hunters you claim, then the task is simple, one that even you could do. Go to a small town, find this boy, and ensure his destiny ends.
Well, thank you, Mistress Clevla. I would like to take my leave now.
As promised, you are free to go. And all within these walls will not be seen here again.
slowly move backwards, stumble over the lowest step of the stairs, and then scramble upstairs and out of the house as fast as I can.
I'll go last.
And yes, retreat backwards.
As you do so, you start to notice that the glamour is now fading even more than it was before. The walls themselves start to crumble and reveal the rotten carcass of a burnt farmhouse. You can see the visages on the walls of basically just where these fires had begun. The kitchen where the octopus man is preparing food, you can now see he is preparing human body parts that are being chopped up and prepared into various soups and various different meals and meats as they're being plated down. As you come to the front entrance, the fairies and the fae that are here are enjoying themselves as they were, but as you go past, they do just sort of eyeball you. As you leave, the only person who is not in the room is the elf and the ventriloquist dummy. You head out to the front where the carriage remains, as does the Dullahan. And in a blinding flash of light, those dark roots covered in these veins of glowing energy wrap around the tavern. And with a rumbling sound and the banging of the door as it seems to be trying to open, the earth consumes the tavern and all those who dwelled within, sinking below the peat, the soil, leaving only the sound of the rain.
Okay.
Is there a fear mechanic for you guys?
Yeah.
Yes. So we can get levels of fear. And if we get too much fear, then we
well, let's give everyone a level of fear here.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay. No. So let's try and find out what just happened to us. That was an under thing that has ordered us to go and kill a child. A child, Kiro. That thing was obviously lying.
A demon, wasn't it? It said it was a demon.
That Naranthi is a young boy possessed by the soul of another of that. What did it call himself? A lich?
Lich.
Never heard of that.
No, no idea what that is. But it's undead, so it can't be good.
Yeah.
But was intelligent. It wasn't one of the shambling members of the never-ending army.
Intelligence has never brought anyone anywhere. Believe me.
Probably true, but it was also very charming. So I say that wasn't one of the undead of the Dark Lady of the Grave. This must have been a creature that belongs to the Nameless One. And I immediately make a sign of prayers.
Or it's can't possibly be worse, but maybe it also is like, I mean, we saw fairies, right? And fairies are like somewhat connected to the land. So what if the land was rotten and this creature was the rotten core of that land manifested by some.
What I guess we all have heard of fairy portals, and maybe here in this wild lands where no decent towns are and cities are around, I guess even before the undead plague and the demon master, there were strange occurrences. And if what Askra says, the land got rotten, it may have affected the fairies and made that strange mix. And,
Oh, it didn't say lich, it said leech. It's probably a leech fairy that sucks the living spirit out of the land.
Yeah.
It is a corrupted
That makes more
fairy.
sense.
And I still say it's the nameless one doing it. May Priors protect us. But how do we act against this?
May the young goddess protect us. It's, I think, a stronger protection.
I think this is like, I'm not
Then
good at
Priors?
thinking. But
Yes.
But what do we do? What do we do, guys? We can't just go and... Well,
We can go fast to the nearest temple. If there is anything...
but do
like
you
that
not
still
hear
around?
the call of destiny? Would that not be well, it would be it would be smart to go to the temple,
are we smart?
but it would also mean that we just shuck off the well, I'm looking for the right word. Garithi is hard sometimes, especially if you hadn't had enough caffeine in the morning.
Yeah.
Verantwortung.
Oh, yeah, I understand. It's a difficult one.
That Clefla has said that this Naranthi young guy lives just half a day or what south.
Also,
Yeah.
Klevla said that it is the spirit of a dark mage of past times who saw himself as powerful as dragons, if not more, reborn. Are we absolutely sure the 7 did banish Borbarad for once and all?
No idea. And the thing is, I'm not going to run to some temple and shit my pants and try to get some random gods to solve this shit for us. I feel like we need to do something.
We need to become the instrument of the gods. It is our responsibility, was the word I was looking for. Thank you,
Yeah.
random voices in my head.
Well,
It's not like I'm a professional translator and should be able to do this.
So
I'm waiting for Michael to call bullshit on me being a translator. Sorry.
You are a translator, just the wrong way around.
So, how about we go to this village south and check out this guy
No
and
ranting.
see if whatever that creature said, if it's potentially true, then we're fucked if we don't do
Yes.
anything. So I say we go there, we check it out. I'm not one for slaughtering kids or people without a good reason, without a valid reason. Yeah, I do enjoy my fair of bloodshed, but
Chop,
let's
chop, Askrat,
check
chop,
it
chop.
out. That is my battle cry.
Chop, chop.
Chop, chop.
yeah.
Very good. I put my hand in the middle of our wobbly circle. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Kiro, you in?
I'm hesitating. I'm not that much into battle cries. I'm much more into surviving.
We will survive.
Okay. Chop, chop.
Chop, chop.
Chop, chop.
Let's head to that village.
All right.
And maybe we can ditch the undead driver. It makes me very anxious.
Which direction is south?
That is a
hard to
very
tell.
good question.
It's hard to tell without weather. And
Well, the undead driver points you in the right direction and shows you the road that you will need to travel. He will not be traveling with you.
Very good.
wait, we don't
ended.
want to travel with
Fine
him.
with that.
His task ended once he brought you here. But he does wait for a few moments. If you do want to watch what he does, you can. Otherwise, you can leave if you
Yeah.
would so desire.
No,
I'll
absolutely.
look
What's
over
he
my
doing?
shoulder.
He waits for a short while, and from the rubble, you can see that there is sort of like some movement coming from it. And before long, you see covered in soot and mud and the like is the elf. And nestled in one arm, is the ventriloquist dummy. He also has something in his palm, like a glowing orb, seed, gem, something in his hand. And he is making his way to the Dullahan, who is waiting for him. Before long, the Dullahan will get aboard one of the horses, one of the ones that he has detached from the wagon for you guys to travel on, and will mount it with the elf and the dummy, and make their way northeast.
Do I still have that weird coin that I fished for my very lovely drink?
You do indeed. The coin itself seems to have it's a double-headed coin.
Okay.
But one side's head seems to display a human head, and the other side of the head seems to display the head of like a goat-headed demon-like individual, or a
All
fae.
right. I think I don't want to carry that around with me, so I would flip it towards them when they take the leaves as a tip.
Sure. The elf goes to catch it as a reflex. Hold on, I'm gonna roll a dice, and I rolled a 7. Okay.
Very good.
So he does catch it, but as he does, he reveals what's in his hand, the glowing thing, which does look like it is a bulb, a sort of a nursing bulb for gardening and stuff that glows green. And then he catches the coin in that same hand.
Glows
And
green, like the green glow in the cellar?
very much so. And they will get aboard the horse, and they will begin their own journey.
All right.
Now, as for mechanics in terms of riding your own carriage, are there riding carriage or traveling overland mechanics for the Dark Eye? Or do you simply go where you need to get going?
If we need to drive our own carriage, there is a skill actually for driving vehicles, and I don't think any one of us would be able to
No.
do that.
I'm looking.
So the three of you look at your carriage and go, well, damn.
We'll walk.
You can walk. It'll just take you like an extra day on top of the travel, but you can walk.
In the whole craft section, the only skill I have points in is stoneworking. So if you want me to get you a really, really nice headstone for your grave, you're going to need one soon.
Yeah.
I'm your gal.
Well, I have math skills there as well, because the only thing I can do is sailing. So the entire way, I will be complaining very loudly about how we are not on the coast or at the river.
Okay, so what would happen if you took off your pants, put like a stick on the top of the wagon, hung your pants on it, and gave the wagon a sail?
Nothing, Michael, because Aventuria runs on a realistic system of physics.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. My bad.
Yeah, it has this thing. It's called like the magical realism. So everything, like even magic, needs to be somehow explainable.
Ooh,
Sad
I like that. I do like that though.
So-
I love what do I call it? Somebody said it the other day. It was like magiphysics or something. It was
bit like that.
yeah,
Maybe if the ground was very flat, and Askra, I think, has very large pants,
It does.
and the wind is blowing just from the right direction, it may work, but it will be slower than us walking.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
very true. Yes. But on that note, actually, you guys did actually guess a lot of the stuff correctly in regards to this creature. This creature is part of the poisoned land, and the only reason it was able to manifest at all is because the Fae were tied inherently to the land, so very, very close. And that was the conduit that they were using. It's basically like a really messed up mobile phone. They had no other way of contacting people outside of their lands and their region except through this. What you've actually done is broken down one of very few pockets that they can do this on. And even though they offered to destroy it, they had to anyway, because once it wears down, all it does is serve as a beacon for the champions of the realms to gather and start hunting down their kind in the region. So if they wipe everything from it, it keeps their network safe to be able to do little things here and there. So yeah, you hit the nail on the head in terms of what I had in terms of like the physics. The black jester I just did because Myri said the black jester, and I was like, ooh, I like black jesters. That was all.
Yeah, black jesters are metal. Wow, those are really, really rare and dangerous.
Yeah, but this one's just a dead one, so it's just a corpse. It wasn't actually a black jester.
Okay, yeah, speaking corpses isn't worse. Mm-hmm.
It was fine. It's just a dead body. What is it got to do? Sit there and rot at you? Anyway, walking. Let's say that at this point in time, you will have to spend the night out in the wilds. There are a few places that would offer a reasonable amount of shelter on the way to this town. Now, the town itself is so small that you have not heard of it. And as you travel, you see typical landmarkers, which are various stones that are often used by rural communities who want to keep their villages kind of away from bigger towns and the like. These are usually family holdings and stuff like that. But you do recognize some of these like rock formations and stuff, which are used as landmarkers for them to navigate. So you know that you're going in roughly the right direction. But as night falls and you prepare your camp, let's go with how a rest cycle works for the Dark Eye.
Okay, so what is the quality of rest we're getting on the road?
Well, you're currently at this moment looking at just kind of underbrush and forested regions from the look of where I'm looking at the map and where you guys are heading. You're heading towards more mountainous terrain. I would say that the rain itself is soft and gentle, but persistent. Okay,
so we're wet, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but I would like you to be able to find some shelter or build some shelter, depending on a roll.
Okay, I will try. Courage, agility, code, constitution. I will try to find a place for us to find shelter. If any of you are better at me, zero. Well, let's see. I have to roll on courage, agility, constitution. I have 0 points. Courage is a 14. I've rolled an 8, so that's fine. Nature, agility. I have a 12. I rolled a 15, so I've already... Yeah, no dice. Literally... I can't find anything better than just
out in the open.
This is a patch of grass.
You find a slightly less hilly patch of grass. You can, however, try to form your own shelter using some of the supplies around you. Things like tying together several of the branches from the trees and the canopies to create a makeshift roofing. This would be akin to carpentry or woodworking, if there's anyone that has anything that is akin to this. Or survival.
Stoneworking. I did roll on survival. That was...
Okay, yeah, I'll allow survival to come into play for this as well.
Yeah, that was me failing at survival just now.
Yeah. Is anyone
I would say
good at survival, actually?
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
No, I can do a bit.
I'm a city.
Yeah, I could say I'll also give Myri a second roll at survival if you would like, because the first one was just to find shelter. This is to now construct it and to build it. So I would count this as a second different roll.
I have courage 14. First roll is a 10, so that's fine. I have agility 12, and I rolled a 17, so I failed again. Also with a 16 on the third roll.
Can I do it?
Yes.
This is sad. I can try. I'm not saying
this is the Dark Eye.
I know. Oh, let's have a look. So, survival. What is it? Courage, agility, and constitution. Oh, these are my core stats. Courage is the 13 of 14. Agility is a 3. Don't even need to check that. And constitution is an 11. I certainly have more than that as a Thorvalian. I do. And that leaves me with a quality level of 1.
Okay, then.
So
Great.
I didn't understand anything you said. Okay.
but maybe you understand this. This still is not a very good way to sleep. We're sleeping rough on the road or in cold weather. And since I have a disadvantage because I'm a Stubenhocker, I'm someone who doesn't go out a lot.
Nice.
No, my character is someone who doesn't go out into nature very much. I have to roll whether I actually get sick from sleeping in rough weather. So I'm going to go Constitution. Constitution. Oh, that's 1, but still. Intuition. But I rolled a 1 and a 2, but I failed my intuition roll. So now we have to find out what illness I contract. Let me go. I think there should be a short list in the quick start guide. You want to roll, Michael?
I do.
Roll me a d20.
3.
Okay, so that's just a head cold. But do we still have the level of fear?
You do.
Okay.
You've been unsettled by the events of the last few hours.
Okay, so now I'm.
There's part of you that's always kind of looking at the dark places, seeing if you're still being followed, or seeing if you know.
Then we're losing the 1 level, probably.
Overnight, yeah.
Of the night. But anyways, it's good that we didn't lose any hit points or astral points because we're not going to regenerate anything this night. And also with a head cold, I'm getting 1 level of sick, and also it's going to be harder for me to cast magic because I can't really.
You're congested.
Yeah, I'm congested. So I'll wake up with a headache and I'm very sorry. I haven't been sick in weeks.
Okay. As you rest for the evening, thanks to the efforts of Askra pulling the canopies together, you are at least somewhat dry, if not a little cold and chilly. You huddle together for warmth, and the idea of making a fire is just not happening tonight.
No.
In the middle of the night, however, I need everyone to make me a perception check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perception.
Oh, wait.
20?
No. I'm snoring loudly.
26, 15. No, I've missed that by so much.
19, 18, 6. That won't happen.
All right. Very well. I would like for let's see. So this will be Kiro and Kiro again. Kiro, can you make me 2 perception checks, please?
Perception checks again. The first one will leave all of my 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the second one is a double one and 5. That would be a critical skill roll.
Nice. All right. Your first one didn't succeed?
It did.
Did succeed.
All
right. Well,
the very first one didn't succeed, but the following up.
The following 2, you have a success and a critical success. All right. So you were awoken in the middle of the night by the sounds of something shuffling. You kind of awaken briefly and look around and can see both Askra and Brucella soundly asleep. And that is when you notice, with your critical success, that there's a creature in the dark that seems to be sitting at the foot of where they happen to be sleeping, and it seems to be taking off Askra's shoes. It is then through the dark that you notice it is a kobold.
Okay.
It is trying to steal Askra's shoes.
I'm jumping up. Hey, what you doing? And hope the other two will awake.
Oh yeah, the other two will wake with a start. It is a sudden awake. Askray, one of your legs is in the air. It is being held by a tiny creature. The tiny creature looks at you. I imagine that kobolds in this have like dog-like features and like kind of rat-like fur kind of thing, and they're kind of small and squat.
Rodent-like is okay.
Yeah,
they can have any shape, literally. Like kobolds are very powerful magical beings, and
This
can
one
look like they
likes
want.
shoes.
all right. So this one's trying to steal your boots.
Yeah, so there's some reflexes left in me, hopefully. So since it's holding onto my one leg and shoe and foot, I'll use the other to just kick it in the face.
All right, let's do it. Make a kick attempt.
Shouldn't we do initiative first?
Bullshit. I think that you're allowed to do surprise rounds and you don't need to start a combat with initiative.
He's correct.
That's right.
Yes! Aha! Which means I get to complicate matters. The kobold, or at least what you perceive as a kobold, is actually not a kobold at all. But in fact, it is a hunched over bugbear.
So a chimera between a bear and a bug?
Kind of. More a kobold if a kobold was like a half orc.
I'm less afraid of a half orc than of a kobold, but if it's half
it's basically
if it's half
this
bug
kobold,
and half bear, that would be scary.
Okay, yeah, it's not quite that. Yeah, it's like the kobold had like gone to the gym, and it is now like just like kind of got like these big swole muscles.
Kobold.
Yeah, the uber kobold.
Okay. All right.
It's kobold. Okay.
I said what I would do, so I can't take that back. And also, like I said, it's a reflex, so it will still be happening. Although I'm fearing for my second leg. And I'll kick him in the face.
All right, let's see you kick this thing in the face.
Yeah, so what happens is I rolled an 8, which is enough to kick it in the face. So it's happening.
Okay.
Now I get to roll damage. I get to roll damage, and because I use my feet in the system, it's like an automatic advantage. So I get to roll a d20 for damage.
Oh, nice. And how many hit points do creatures normally have?
It's a 3, unfortunately, so it's not very good.
Just, like, I do have 25 life points, and that is human average, basically. So
human average. Okay,
you can
25 is
there.
human average.
I have 27.
Okay.
So
27. Okay. No, that's fine. I got it. I think 25
I'll
is
find my
nice
hit
and
points,
nice.
but I have some.
Because I imagine a kobold would be like quite little, but because it's been enhanced, I'd say average human is fine. Okay. So 3 points of damage as your boot finds purchase. Yeah, your boot finds purchase in the jaw of this kobold. But as you kick it, you actually kick it, so now it is standing up instead of hunched over with your foot, and it has ripped the boot off, like it was unlacing it and stuff like that, and now it's forced backwards. But as it stands up, this is probably the tallest kobold you have ever seen. It stands almost as tall as Askra does, as it stands backwards. It is dressed in sort of various tempered leathers and the like, and you hear the sound of its knuckles cracking, almost sounding the same way as granite rubbing against stone, as he prepares to go into battle as well. Now we will roll initiative.
Yay!
Kiro, is there a way I can give you advantage on this initiative?
You can give him a bonus.
I will give you a bonus.
I have to roll. Let's look. 13 plus 1d6. That would be. Oh, that would be 18.
18?
I guess that's already quite quick.
Yep. But you still get advantage only because you were awake and alert before the others. So that is why you will have an advantage.
I'm at 9.
So an 18, a 9,
14.
and a 14?
Yes. But I'm
Okay,
still
and-
prone, so I'm probably slower.
Okay. And that is a 14 as well. Who wins initiative in the event of a tie?
And they go at the same time, actually.
Oh, okay, cool. So you are going at the same time as what I am now dubbing the Swollbold. But Kiro, you get to go first, and Brusella, you will go last.
Yeah.
So the battle ensues after kicking it away.
The Swellbold already has gotten hold of Askar's boot.
Yeah, it has, one boot in its arm, in its hand.
Save
So-
my boat.
I yell thief because that's what I'm used to hear when I run through the streets, and try to jump up and tackle him so that he
Oh,
can't run.
nice. Okay, you jump
I'm-
up and try to tackle this rather
I'm
large
not-
furry man.
The born wrestler, but let's see. Unarmed. Daggers, fencing weapons, impact weapons, chain weapons, lances, shields, swords, polearms, two-handed. Where's unarmed?
Could be there.
Also, so that chat can know as well, I also do not have. It also does not have. I do not have the pre-gen characters in front of me, so I have no idea what they have on their character sheets either.
Basically, you can assume we don't know, we can't do shit. That's true for apart from very, very small specialty stuff.
I don't find it here, but with a 17, I fail.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
All right, so as Kiro goes to try and grab on, I'm going to say that you've gone for sort of a midsection grapple as you're trying to just tackle him and pull the knees from behind him in order to topple his body over. However, as you hit him, what you did not expect is to hit something akin to a tree trunk. As you hit his body, you realize that, when he was crouching, he was small, but now that he's standing up, you actually see this is a very, very strong looking creature that is before you. And as you're sort of holding on, the ground is still sort of muddy, so your legs are kind of slipping. For now, your arms are still around, but he is not hindered in any way by your attack. How many actions does a person get in a round of combat?
What do you reckon?
I think that you would get a movement and you would get a single action to take. I believe that you can speak as a free action, and there are certain special abilities that some people may be able to do also that can be done for free.
Correct. Well done.
Okay, good.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Just a guess. Okay. In which case, we then move on to Askra and the Swollbold.
Yes. So I am unfortunately still prone, which means I have a penalty to attack and to defense unless I get up, which I will on my action, which will take my action. However, fun fact, since I'm technically still in melee with the bear kobold bear. Is that correct?
Swellbold.
It'd be the Swollbold.
Swollbold, yes, okay. So since we're still in melee range, we would get an attack of opportunity, unfortunately. And I would need
Ooh,
to
I like
evade that with a body control check. So, yeah.
Okay,
Good
so
luck with that.
as you attempt to kick it, given that he is going simultaneously to you, I'm going to combine both the attack of opportunity with his action as well. So his attack of opportunity, he is going to make a attempt to grapple your leg when you go for the kick. Oh, sorry, no, not grapple your leg. Sorry, what am I saying? When you're standing up, he is going to try and grapple your arm, because I'm imagining you're trying to stand up. And as he does, he is then going to try and use you as a hammer on his action to slam you into Kiro, who is around his waist.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
How
Bring
much
it on.
damage does Naskra do?
I'm very
and
tall
Astra-
and heavy.
I'd say Askra's quite heavy. So I'd say given an unarmed strike is a D20, and that is with advantage. And technically speaking, Askra is unarmed. I'd go with the same logic on that one. I'd say technically, I am hitting with an unarmed person.
Now,
It is an unarmed attack.
The fact that Askra could use a D20 is because she has a specialization.
Oh, okay.
So,
in which case,
but I just saying, but I can imagine that a small bolt would also have like an unarmed specialization.
well, what are the tiers of like damage for this?
So compare, like if you have like an unarmed attack is usually 1d6 plus any strength bonus the person might have.
Right.
Long sword, for example, is 1d6 plus 4 plus any strength bonus the person might have. Then you got something like a big barbarian axe that would be 2d6 plus 4 plus any strength bonus that person might have. And that is like the upper spectrum. So you have the occasional weapon that has 2d6 or even 3d6, but that's really, really rare. So, and that's how much damage stuff usually does.
All right.
We only have d6. It's very boring unless there's something weird going on.
All right.
Or
I would go with
ability.
okay. I would go with 2d6 for this then, because
Okay.
I think you are quite heavy, so that would
I am.
all
All
right.
right. So he needs to roll his attack then, right?
Okay. Plus his strength. Now just for a comparative, what is Askra's strength?
Askra's strength is very strong on a level from weakling to dragon. It is 15.
15. Okay, so you have to get under a 15 in order to
I do.
succeed.
Okay.
I would say that the Swobold is as strong as you. I feel like that's comparable thing because it
That's
is
fair.
quite powerful. And I rolled a 5 on my dice.
Yeah,
Which
I
means-
missed the mark slightly, so I'm flying.
Okay, so as you've gone to stand up, basically what he's done is he's grabbed onto your arm, and now with his attack, because that was the attack of opportunity,
Yes.
he is going to try and dump you onto Kiro, which is now I make an attack against Kiro, to see if I hit him,
Yeah.
which I rolled a 4.
You should be able to dodge.
Yeah,
hopefully.
and I have improved dodge.
Oh, nice.
Like that.
but
Okay.
I actually don't know how it works,
It
but
gives you a bonus.
yeah.
Let me just check how much. Improved dodge. Improves your dodge by 1 each level of this ability.
And my base dodge is
Should be should be up there with your attributes, dodge. I've got dodge 6.
You got 9, so you got 10 with your bonus.
yeah, so barely missed.
Okay, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this for no other reason. I'm gonna call bullshit. I'm gonna say that you don't have 10 dodge, that you have 9 dodge, that it's already been calculated into your character sheet.
Oh,
Dodge 9. I will have to look up in.
I might get this one. Maybe. Look, you guys are very honest. I want to say this. I feel like you haven't tried to bullshit me very much at all.
Oh, we have.
You have? Dang it.
Yes, we have bullshitted you.
God damn it.
But we started out with just telling the truth about how the dark eye works, and then slowly upping the ante. So.
Like I started making a list, so maybe we can enlighten you later.
I'd love to hear it. I would. Yeah, at the end of it, I'd love to hear what I'd missed.
Honestly, I don't know whether it's calculated in.
Technically, since this is the quick starter, you would absolutely expect us to have that calculated into the stats, right? But
That's what I'd expect.
But I don't know. So bear with me. Carry on with your game. I will actually calculate and see if that is the case.
Wait.
Okay.
I think I found improved dodge 1.
It does give you a bonus of 1. I was not lying.
You do know that there's 2 things. There's improved dodge and there's improving dodge. There's 2 things. This is no bullshitting, Marke. I can't believe this. There's Ausweichen verbessern and verbessertes Ausweichen in the rules for the dark eye. I'm not shitting you, and it's 2 different things.
It is.
Okay. I will believe you. Okay, but carrying on.
No, the important thing is, what kind of clothes are you wearing, Thomas? Kiro. No, Thomas is wearing a t-shirt. What is Kiro wearing? Because you can only use improved dodge if you're wearing normal clothes.
Yeah, I do. No armor.
Very good.
Okay. So you get to make your dodge roll in order to try and evade. Now, does dodge just mean you avoid all the damage, or do you reduce the damage?
No, I'm going completely out of the way.
Is dodge something that is available to all classes?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I also have dodge, but I'm not good at it.
Does it cost any actions to use dodge?
It needs a reaction, actually.
Okay.
Yes.
But since Kiro hasn't done anything and hasn't used his reaction for anything else so far.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it once per round, unless you have certain feats that allow you to do it more often. And you can only do it on melee attacks. On ranged attacks, you need to see the ranged attack coming, and it's also very, very difficult.
Yeah. And I think
I'm not calling bullshit. I'm good. Okay. So Kiro, try for your dodge.
But anyway, I rolled a 12 on 9 or 10, so
all our discussion was completely useless.
Completely point. But it's about whether or not my bullshit card is gonna increase the difficulty of what's about to happen.
All right, Michael, it is.
Yes.
You were correct. They actually calculated that into the character sheet, which I would have expected anyway, but you are correct.
So, okay.
Nice.
How does this situation get worse, Michael?
Okay, so as he swings down and hits Kiro, first of all, Kiro, you will take 12 points of damage. That was max damage.
Do I take any damage?
Asuka is going to take 4 points of damage. However, to make matters even more worse.
Sorry, question. Is that damage that I can subtract my armor rating from? Or is that damage where armor does not count?
I would say you can subtract your armor rating from it, simply because it is a bludgeoning impact akin to a fall. So I would say yes.
Oh,
however, as he has flung you, as I previously described, he has you by the arm, meaning that when he dropped you on top of Kiro, he dropped you by your feet, which, of course, as you remember, this swobold was trying to steal your shoes. Unfortunately, with your laces being untied at the moment, and Kiro, as we've mentioned, you have been wearing very, very, sort of common clothes and the like. This impact has caused both of you to become entangled within one another. And as he now raises his arm again, you are, whilst entangled, are now a single chain-based flail-like weapon that it is now able to do, upgrading it from the 2d6 points of damage to 3d6 points of damage, where you will take 3d6 points of damage, Hero will take 2d6 points of damage, and then Asuka will take 1d6 points of damage, should it be used.
Oh, God.
Reducing by 1d6 on a miss. So basically, regardless of if he misses, he's still hitting the ground with the rest of you.
Okay. Great.
This.
It's finally my
We have
turn.
Yeah, it is finally your turn. We have complicated matters. Matters are complicated. And we are now at Brucella. Brucella, what are you going to do against this Swobold armed with a friend flail?
Run!
I struggle out of my bedroll or whatever I'm using, probably just my cape, and start. Hey, infectious Flammenstrahl, mages Feuer, schmelze Stahl, and then it's back to Eevie.
Yeah.
No, to Kiro.
Okay.
To Kiro. No, I'm casting a spell, but it will take 2 actions to finish.
Okay. Very well.
Well, I heard she's casting a spell. She looks like a spellcaster. So,
all right.
Well, I try to get out of the way by. Well, how entangled am I?
I would say that. Okay, so I would say that the laces.
Cut the laces.
Yeah, I'd say that naturally, to have your equipment and your gear on you, there would be several straps attached to various sheaths, backpacks, things, etc. There'd be attachment points, and the laces have become ensnared with it. It will take an action to untie yourself, requiring a dexterity-based check of some kind or an agility-based check of some kind.
Well, I have those small knives for relieving people's of their purses. So I have them at the ready and try to free myself and Askra from these lots of straps.
I love it. Is there like a disable device or a sleight of hand or anything like that?
I have a disable trap skill.
Let's use that one as you're trying to cut the right thing to fully release it. Mostly because it is in motion. That is the reason why it's difficult to just find that nice place to cut the whole thing off.
So let's have a look. Disable traps. Pickpocket. No, disarm traps is a special ability. Oh,
is it? Oh, I wouldn't want it to be a special ability. I more want it to be something that's dexterity based in terms of like just trying to be able to cut the right places.
So that would be pickpocket?
Yep, I'm happy for that one. Pickpocket. Let's go with that.
So with a 3, 2, I have a 7 in pickpocket and I have 1 point left.
Nice, brilliant. All right, with a swift cut of your blade, the laces come untied. The friend flail has been disabled by your action. I'm also going to say that because you've succeeded by the margin, you are not knocked prone or otherwise. You are still up at the ready with your blades drawn, and you're good.
Okay, fine. Take a step back and take a step back. There will be a spell incoming.
I love it. All right. Askra, after being flung about a little bit, you are still grabbed by this large swobold. What would you like to do?
Well, is there any chance I can draw my weapon, which is probably still on the floor? Or if it's out of reach...
Is there like an opposed grapple check or an opposed strength check in the dark eye?
You can to ungrapple. What you can do is you can do an unarmed check and like compare the results, and then
to clarify, this wouldn't be to break the grapple. This would be for you to fight against his strength, so you could reach.
Then
so
there's
you could
strength.
basically,
you can do a strength check, or there is a skill called in German it's called Kraftakt. I don't actually know what they translated that into. Let me have a look.
Feat of strength.
Yes,
I think.
Yeah, you can do that.
Feat of strength
as an opposed
roll. Let's do a feat of strength as an opposed roll.
Just need to find out on my character sheet.
Right. I'm gonna roll mine first.
It's not
now, what do I need to do for that roll?
Roll 3 times as well. Like it's a normal skill check. Just trying to find it. This character sheet is so small. I'm so old.
It's under physical and then alphabetical feat of strength. You roll courage, agility, strength. Should I look at Askra? And
yeah, I'm still trying.
Where is she?
Physical. Oh God. Oh, here we go. Yeah, got it. Feat of strength. Courage.
Or if you take the complete skill list, it's the attributes is based on its constitution and double strength.
That's probably better for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's better, but it doesn't matter. I rolled very well, so we are having quality level 3. Take that.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay,
I'm strong.
So what does that mean?
So it means you roll and then you find out how many quality levels you get, and the one who's doing better wins.
Okay. So
you have to decide how good.
How strong would you reckon this creature is?
He is strong. Quite strong.
Strong. Strong as we said he was as strong as me, right?
Yes.
Like roughly the same, like strength 15. So feat of strength is a skill, which is of course strength based, but he would have skill points in that from probably 1 to, I don't know, maybe 10. I have 7. So
okay, I'm gonna roll randomly and say he has 4.
He has 4. Okay. And roll on his what was it? Courage, strength?
Constitution and double strength.
Oh, all right. On his constitution.
3 rolls, constitution, strength.
Yeah, I'd assume he has constitution 15 as well, probably. So 3 times roll against 15.
Okay, so that's all successes.
They're all successes. Wow. And he has 4. Then you have 2 quality levels, and I win.
Okay. So with that being said, it is a struggle for sure as he still has hold of you. And you reach forward and you start to pull away. He drags you back a few feet as he, kind of gives you a good tug on the leg. Tug on the arm. But you reach out and you manage to get your weapon in hand and pull it close to you with one last push.
Did that eat my action, or do I get to actually hit him with this axe?
You know what? I'm impressed, and you have, and this is a really cinematic moment, so I'm going to say that it will constitute a movement for you to have acquired your weapon here.
Excellent. So then my action will be to put my axe in his face after where my foot failed. And,
nice. Where the foot failed, steel will prevail. You swing your mighty axe upwards and into the jaws of this creature.
Yes. So he could dodge it, but if he dodges, he will need to let me go. The other option is he could try, if he had a weapon, to counter attack and parry. I don't know if he wants to do that with his hands.
I think he'll counterattack. Let's try a counterattack. How do I do that?
Just roll. Well, basically, it's called a parry. And he should have a defense move somewhere. But since it probably doesn't have a character sheet, I would assume it's usually quite low. So I can give you mine. Or
he does not make a defensive roll.
No.
Okay.
No, he rolled a 19.
Oh yeah, he definitely doesn't. He doesn't. Definitely doesn't.
He did not do nothing. All right.
No.
So yeah, he is not going to defend himself.
Okay, then here we go. What does this beautiful axe do?
It hurts. That's what it does.
What axe do I have? Orc nose axe. Ooh, an orc nose axe is
5.
1d6 plus 6 because I'm big and strong.
Dang.
Whoa, that is very good. That is 11 damage. Better than my
11.
foot. Mm-hmm.
All right, that brings him to a total of having taken 15 damage. The axe strikes hard against the side of his face. Reflexively, he drops the grapple as well as he lets go of you in order to hold and put pressure on the wound that now appears in the middle of his face. He is going to take the opportunity to sort of stagger back, and as he
we didn't roll for which zone you hit.
Do we have to roll for a zone, do we?
Yeah, if you want to hit the head, yes.
Oh, okay. Sure. How do we do this?
There's a table. There's a table.
Yeah.
You roll 1d20 if it's not an actually targeted hit. But if you want to assign like a random hit, then you roll a d20, and I can tell you what you hit.
All right.
And I think head is only like 1 and 2 things like.
Okay. Yeah. So do you want me to roll a d2 or do you want me to roll a d20?
A d20.
Okay. Cool. Here we go. That is an 11.
11. It will be torso.
Oh. Okay. Oh, so it is like D&D where you can't just say I hit him in the head and then hit him in the head.
You can hit him in the head, but then that would be more difficult to hit because.
Yeah, no, I'm more mean, yeah. So in D&D, for those of you who are familiar with this very small game from America, when you play with brand new people, they tend to be stuff like, I shoot an arrow straight through his brain, and then you have to sit there and go, no, it's not how it works. You don't get to just headshot this person. So it's good. So Dark Eye is in that similar vein. You can try to aim for the head, but not necessarily like. That's where you hit if you succeed. But that's good to know. You know what? Because I like the cinematic of it, and because I made the mistake, I will take that on the chin as me being as the GM, and I will say that it will hit in the eye. This will, of course, give him penalties to his vision. He does have blood pouring from that wound. He will release the grapple, as I previously mentioned. However, it is his turn.
No!
And he is going to, as he steps back, cast his own spell.
He is a spellcaster.
He's a kobold. Kobolds have magic, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
That is true. What spell does he cast?
Look, for what I lack in common sense, my memory is sharp as a goddamn tack, okay?
It is.
So, what he is going to do is he is going to cast the kobold equivalent of a firebolt spell. He is going to target a single person. He's going to lob a bit of fire at them and try to ruin their day. But given that Askra is the person who has axed him in the face, that is going to be the target. As he places his hands together, and as he opens them, he forms this tiny mote of fire, and then places both hands forward and launches it directly towards Askra.
Okay,
I feel like I need.
I'm looking for whether there actually is a spell like that. Ignifaxius is the one I'm doing. Ignisferi Incendio.
I guess it would be Ignifaxius.
No, there is a smaller spell.
We just make if we want to make up Latin spell names, I can totally do that.
No, because you said he's basically doing it instantly, then it can't be an Ignifaxius because, like mine, it would take 2 actions, but there's a spell for 1 action that sets people on fire.
Well,
all right.
He's a kobold.
I would say that he's going to use
free magic.
There is a spell. Why should? Okay, we can just use this.
I'm gonna call this spell Ignis Velox.
Ignis Velox.
So quick fire. Okay.
That's why I can do it quickly.
So
And I'm going to say that.
On sagacity, charisma, and constitution.
Okay, so his constitution is high.
Yeah,
what does
15.
sagacity mean?
Intelligence, basically.
Brains.
Okay, so he's got brains, and the other one is
Charisma.
Agility. Oh, no,
charisma.
sorry.
That is very
Charisma.
low. Okay, so
I didn't
he's gonna
know
make
why this fire spell needs charisma, but it does.
Okay, so he's fine on the constitution and the intelligence, but he fails on the charisma.
By how much?
How much did he fail by?
Yeah.
He failed by 3.
He can substitute that with the points he's got in the spell.
All right, he will do so.
Then that is 8 extra points that he has to pay, and the damage is 1d6 plus quality levels.
How competent is he in that spell?
It is the only spell he knows.
All right, let's give
Then
him.
he probably has more than 3 points.
Let's give him a quality level of 3.
Okay.
I think 3's fine. Okay.
So 1d6 plus 3.
Okay, that is 7 points of damage.
Yes. Question. I mean, this scorches me quite nicely, I would assume. However, does armor count?
I would say no for this one.
Okay.
Unlike armor, which would be able to reduce impacts of slashing, bludgeoning, or piercing, fire, and heat, however, are not hindered by metal.
You
Right,
are
do I need
actually
to
correct. If you're using Intenu.
Roll if I get inflamed.
You
Or burning.
No, you get.
Am I burning?
You are
No.
burning, and you can't roll against it.
I am burning. Great. Okay.
But it's only a small patch burning, so
Okay.
not full
It's
body.
just burning 1, like fear 1 and sick 1, or is it?
No.
It's Status brennend auf kleiner Fläche.
Burning on a small area. Yeah, it's very specific.
I'm so sorry.
All
I'm
right.
not, again,
Now,
this is not bullshitting you, Michael. Sorry.
Also, and this is why I'm upset, extinguishing a burning character does require a body control check to roll about, either from myself or from someone else who is assisting me. However, it will take the action, and it will take the only action I have next round. I'm so upset, but that's all right. I'm
Well,
burning.
in which case, all the more reason why I'm glad that I gave you the extra action when you picked up your weapon this round.
Absolutely.
But now
Thank
burn.
you. Yeah,
okay.
now I'm burning. I smell like nice, a little bit like bacon.
Tasty bacon. All right. Now we turn our attention over to Brucella, who is amidst the incantations and spell casting that they are trying to use on Kiro.
Not on Kiro. On the small bolt. I'm not trying to.
On Kiro.
Not on Kiro.
Oh, hold on.
I'm no longer entangled.
No. I really honestly think Myri did say that you were targeting Kiro.
No, she was preparing a firebolt.
Okay. All right. Because I remember you saying something, and I remember
did say-
Kiro acknowledging it.
Oh, I did say the full-on formula for the spell.
Okay.
So the full formula is Ignifaxius Flammenstrahl, Magisch Feuer, Schmelze Stahl. That is the full formula. And just for a fun fact, people were talking about in the chat that Incendio is just the new version of Brenne Toter Stoff. And I was looking it up if Brenne Toter Stoff is no longer there. And looking for something that starts with Brenne, I get burning firebolt and burning crotch.
Oh, can I use that one? I wanted to use that instead on Astra. Yes.
No. Okay. No. I want to use my
Also, very quickly, one of my regulars is in chat as well. Christina, thank you for joining. She says, I'm kicking myself for having dropped German in high school. How do you think I feel? I never learnt German.
Good. So I have to roll on courage, sagacity, and charisma. So courage is 14. Missed that by 5. Good thing is I have 8. So I've got 3 points left. Then sagacity 15. I rolled a 13. So 2 points. And I rolled a 20 on charisma, so the spell fizzles out and I lose half the astral points I would have needed to cast it. And that's my action for the round. And we start back again with Kiro.
All right, Kiro. Now, you are adjacent to this Swobold as well as Askra. The two of you are kind of standing before it. However, as a bonus, you are on the side that Astra managed to slice the eye on, meaning that you are technically in its blind spot. And I believe that maybe there are blind spot rules in the Dark Eye, because it seems like the kind of hyper-detailed thing that they might have. Yes?
I guess they have, but...
Bullshit!
Well, I guess they have.
There are no rules for blind spots. Get the hell out of here.
I'm looking for it. I'm looking
you
for
have
it.
the rule book open, blind spots.
It's not that easy. So
oh God, please let there be blind spots at this point. I'm like,
I can
bullshit,
check
there's
the
no
index
way.
for blind spot, but I don't think it's in there as a blind spot. There is rules for attacking people from the sides or from behind. But
flank, yeah.
Wait.
Yes.
Ba-bum. Or you could be bad at low light levels. Like
that's not really blind spot. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. If I hear it, maybe. But like right now, the idea was the blind spot. Like one of the eyes is missing. That side has no vision.
And there is a disadvantage if you are actually losing body parts that might give you something.
I'm looking at the focus rules.
Actually,
we're playing
put
with
that one out.
focus rules. I thought we were playing with quick starter rules.
I was putting that out there as bait, by the way, because I was like, this is like a 50-50. Maybe there are rules for it because. Like I know I homebrew like blind spot rules like a lot as well, because nothing like, especially when you're playing like Pathfinder or something like that, and it's a very I don't know if you've noticed this, but I'm a very cinematic fighter. I don't like I kick you in the shin, you kick me in the shin, I kick you in the shin. I like there to be a little bit of rhythm to like the combat. I like there to be a little bit of the role play. So like having that blind spot for me is like, what does a rogue do in that blind spot? Follow underneath, by the underside of the throat without being noticed, or like, like as they're trying to be looked around, having to be able to stealth around the room. I like cool stuff like that, but I know that none of the games I'm currently playing have rules like that.
So, rules as written. If he has lost one eye, right?
Yep. Okay,
that
I'm listening.
Only means rule as written that he's suffering a range penalty, like ranged attack penalty of 4. It would actually not impose
a blind spot
circle of vision or anything. So just from that.
All right. So I'm going to claim that as a complication, and here is how we're going to complicate matters. So the Swobold, of course, being quite big, quite strong and stuff like that, big scar on the eye and stuff like that. It turns out that that kobolds themselves, in this, or at least this particular kobold, has a very acute sense of smell. As such, with his eye now like sort of hindered and impaired, he switches his gears to sort of rely a little bit more on his sense of smell than his vision, and he will gain a +2 to his dodge bonus when trying to evade.
Okay.
I smell like blood. I lost 12 life points, so
yeah, there you go.
And yes, I tried to stab him.
Nice. I will also give you automatic concealment from that side, but like I said, he will still be able to dodge even though he can't see you.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you're on that side, you're still using the cut purse knife, the blade.
Yeah.
Nice. All right.
That's the one I have on me, and I try to hit him in the thigh so that he maybe topples over.
Ooh, I like that. Okay. Make the attack.
Ah, that's a 2.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, I'm going to try and dodge. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. So question. Do you need to declare a dodge before or after you know the result of the attack?
Wait, what?
Good question.
So if I decide to dodge, did I need to declare a dodge before I found out the results of his attack?
No, I don't think so.
Or can I do so after?
I think you need to declare after you would have been hit. So if there's a threat of being hit, and then but before the other party rolls damage.
Before they roll damage. Okay, cool. So yes, I'm gonna dodge. I'm gonna say that my dodge rating at the moment is 9 after I get the +2.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 1.
Critical.
Oh, a master
So-
dodge.
You
So
move out of the
so-
way. Definitely.
So I would definitely say that like you've acted as you normally would have, seeing the blind spot. You have moved masterfully down, kind of found that weak spot, but then you watch as his nostrils flare up in that moment, and as you've gone to like thrust upwards and into his thigh muscle, he has quickly pivoted around. Now, do kobolds have tails?
If they want to.
They can.
Sure, I'm going to say that basically this flourishing rat tail. If you've ever seen like martial artists who use spears, especially Chinese spears, they'll often have like a tassel on the end of it,
Yeah.
which acts as a flourishing distraction. So the tail kind of does this. So as you've gone for the stab, he's moved his thigh out of the way and whipped the tail around to kind of force you back a little bit so you can't extend forward. And just instinctively you try to avoid the whip of this tail and pull your arm back, making the attack, unfortunately, too shallow to hit him in the thigh. This guy is a lot stronger than I thought he'd be. He is not doing. He's not doing great.
Yeah,
He is,
we are shit at what we do.
Well, here's something about the dark eye. Combat will most cases will always take this long and will always be this complicated. That is one of the downsides, or for some people, this is what they enjoy doing. But yeah, it will take quite a while because we got a lot of hit points. We have the quick start rules, so we don't have all conditions, because usually the easiest way to whittle someone down is with conditions. Overwhelm them with conditions and they just fall down like a bug and wiggle their legs. But yeah.
I will say this: the dodge mechanic is the one thing that sort of like I've got mixed feelings about. It's one thing I actually dislike about Warhammer as a war game, is when you make an attack against someone, you make a success, and then they simply dodge or reduce the damage to 0. You know, that for me is like a mechanic in a game that kind of just extends duration and length, which for me, like, again, I like efficient. I like not efficient, but like, you know, I like combats to go, you know, I don't like them to be like nothing happens, then nothing happens, then nothing happens, then nothing happens. I you know, a lot of what I play is very Herculean, you know. There, you know, you could probably tell from when we started in this very fantastical thing, and then I was like, oh, cool, now I'm getting the genre that I'm in. I've overextended. Now we need to dial it back a little bit. You know, I'm very accustomed to big Herculean fantasy type thing. So so yeah, it's kind of cool to see that kind of grit in combat, in action. I think you guys are doing great with it. This is a lot of fun.
Also, the dodge is like, for example, a Chiru has a very high dodge with 9. That is extraordinary. So like, my character has 6.
Same.
And
yeah, so I originally put him at 7.
Yeah.
And then he had the +2 from the bullshit card being redeemed.
But usually that's a 6 out of 20 chance to dodge still, right? A successful attack. So yeah, I get that.
But he has to use a reaction in order to do
To
it. So
dodge.
he can no
And
longer
also,
do it for the rest of.
Like if we played rules as written, what dodge does also, it sort of removes you from the action. So they wouldn't be able unless they had an attack with range to attack the next round.
Okay, so you're no longer adjacent.
Yes,
it's like
exactly.
It's like a step away.
So
you need a spear or something like that to attack.
And you can do something. You can do something like, I don't know what they called it in English, but in German it's called Meisterattacke. And this is basically, I want to dodge, but I want to stay in range. So I don't want to go back. And then your dodge would be more difficult. So
okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
okay, I'm with you. And I'm not gonna call bullshit. Okay. Cool. So he has dodged. He is gonna move slightly away, which means he's a little further away from Askra than he originally was. He has also made a little bit more distance from Brusella, who is behind where Kiro is standing. The creature looks around. It's sort of top half still kind of like moving side to side, trying to use its good eye as best it can to see who it can. The light illuminating this, the dark night here from Askra as she is on fire, is the only source that's happening, but it gives this terrifying array of silhouetted shadows on the forest behind it. Meanwhile, like, maybe 3 or 4 kilometers away, you see this group of like adventurers sitting down and eating a meal, and they're like, "Man, I told you we shouldn't be out here. Calm down. There's nothing scary out here. There's just some wolves and that in the forest." All of a sudden, this big shadow shines onto a big rock of this like terrifying swobold roaring against this fire. Okay, pack up camp. We're going home. They just start putting all their stuff away and running away. All right.
I want to do the same. But
Askra, we go to your turn.
Yeah, thank you very much. I shall roll on the floor to extinguish the flames that engulfed me and are trying to burn me alive with a body control check.
All right. Well, thankfully, you are no longer in melee range with the Swobold, so he does not get an attack of opportunity.
Great.
So we do get Askra and the Swobold. I can go to the bathroom and be back before it's my action.
Absolutely. I can take all the time. You know me. I can take all the time in the world to take my turn.
You don't need to. It will take as long.
I will just roll for a long time, left and right, and dramatically flail.
So when do you like take the fire damage from burning?
At the start of my round.
So you'd take it now.
Yes. How much fire damage we talking? Well, we said it's a small area, so it should be 1d6 plus 2.
Okay. That is 4 points of fire damage.
Oh, I am getting roasted here. All right, and then I roll about and flail all available limbs. So, however, my plan is my body check did work out with a quality level of 2. But what I want to do is I don't just want to flail. I want to flail and then roll onto my legs again so that I at least can stand up in this round. Is that possible?
It's not possible in the rules, and I will say that because I feel as though it's not. But I feel as though I am also the kind of GM that would not be comfortable with knocking players out for multiple rounds. I will say this.
Yes.
If you can make me a acrobatics roll, I will allow you to do this as a singular action.
Okay, I don't think I have acrobatics, but I do like. Acrobatics in this system is to do fancy stuff, right? Or very difficult stuff.
Rolling around and tumbling onto your feet is absolutely fancy stuff.
Yeah, is it? Because we have body control to do exactly that. So we could.
I will happily
roll acrobatics.
It's akin to a rolling kip up, which is a move that one can do. I would say the body movement thing would be about like how your body would interact and how your body would move. This is about the distribution of weight and using that momentum to manipulate that weight, which is a little fancy.
Fancy. I'm not fancy, so this will probably look very funny and not happen. But let's give it a go.
Have we resolved Askra's action yet?
We know we're still at
it. Roll over.
See, Michael, you didn't know what you were in for when you started a random fight.
All right. And that's a 2. That was very good. And a 4. So I have no skill in acrobatics at all, but I succeed with a quality level of 1.
Nice. So, with a single action, you manage to roll around on the ground. Thanks to the rain making the soil nice and wet, you are able to put out the fire. It still stings against your body, but you manage to then roll, tipping your head over your shoulders as you then roll and tumble to your knee and then rise up to your feet in a single fluid motion.
Yes, great. Next round, I'm there for you.
He runs up to you
again.
and punches you in the jaw.
Oh no. Well, to be fair, I'm not complaining. This is my job. I'm the tank. I'm the person to take
You hit
the
him
damage.
in the face with an axe.
Yeah, well,
He
what
asked
that is
for it.
in Thor world, that is a legit way to say hello.
And also
Fair,
a way to court someone.
It is a very romantic gesture to
Okay.
yeah.
Son,
I rolled.
oh, no.
So I rolled a 6 as
Okay.
he's going to go and punch you.
Well, so do I still have a reaction in this?
You do have a
turn?
reaction.
All right, then I would like to parry him with my axe.
All right.
And let me check if I can. I cannot.
Very well.
Bring
He's
it on.
unarmed. He's not armed with a hero.
Yeah, but I miss his arm entirely. So
All right.
his
Now with his
face
plus
connects.
3. Yep. So with his bonus on his strength, I've rolled a 6 on my d6.
yeah, and his strength was 15. That's +1. So
Yep. So
That's
7
one-
points of damage
oh my
Ouchie.
my. Okay.
as he clobbers you in the jaw. He had to
Yeah.
move up as one action, and as he
My-
does, he just basically
My armor does count for hands, right? So
it will absolutely count for hands.
oh, excellent. I'm still alive.
You do hear the sound of like almost like a dinner bell, like gong being rung as your armor. You kind of like raise your hands into like a cross block as it hits.
Yeah.
Say hello.
As we then return to Brucella.
Hey.
Whoopee! I love you.
Indy!
I tried to hit him over the head with my staff because magic didn't work out for me. I've got an attack of 9 with a major staff, but I'm still afraid and sickly. So I need to hit
You're still
7.
afraid?
I've rolled a 15. That's my round. Handing over to Kiro.
Unfortunately for you, fortunately for you, however, as soon as you attempt to cast, cast Smack on Head, you are suddenly greeted by a woodland creature. A tiny, small mammalian beast on 4 legs approaches, and as it does, it looks at you from a nearby bush and winks and allows you a reroll.
Oh, is it fluffy?
It is very fluffy.
Okay. I've rolled a 16. I miss.
Okay, yeah, you missed. There's only so much fluffiness can help you.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, back to the top of the round.
You notice the mages didn't do anything in the fight. I'm just trying to take up a little time because otherwise I'm just sitting here and missing things. Okay, now it's Kiro's turn. Thank you.
Well, how about this? As you've swung and you have missed, you are now in melee range with this large creature that
Which is
beating the
not
ever-living
what
snot, which is beating the snot out of this person. As you've gone to hit the creature, the staff itself collides with its massive muscular body, and as it does, you feel your staff like bend and buckle, like it sort of shakes, like you've hit a rock. The creature looks at you, blood still pouring down one of its eyes as it snarls, baring its misshapen teeth and its rat-like features. It takes a big inhale and recognizes your scent. What does Brucella do about this? What's her reaction?
Oh, I made a big mistake. I needed else. Wait, no. I've made a big mistake. I've needed elsewhere very soon. I'm just going to nice little small board.
All right.
That's my reaction.
Cowering in fear.
Yeah.
We move to Hiro.
Still try to bring him down. Not just cutting small pieces off of him with my tiny knife, but yeah, I still go for the thigh, but try to grapple and topple him again.
Nice. All right.
Even
again,
better.
still trying to shave off bits and pieces of him.
Yeah, he has a very thick fur, so that shaving would take very long. Yeah, it's a 4 out of 12.
Nice. All right, he is not going to dodge this.
So, do you need a special move for tackling or toppling someone?
Do you want to use easy rules or basic rules or rules for fisticuffs? Because that would be a fight maneuver.
Let's do the
I
fisticuffs.
guess I don't have that special fight maneuver.
Okay, I was already at fisticuffs. Oh no, let's not do fisticuffs. Can we just do normal fight rules? Fisticuffs will take even longer. I'm just looking at it right now.
Okay, normal rules.
So we're looking at basic rules for fighting. That would be in maneuver, fighting techniques, Raufen. Sorry, I'm looking for
it's
the
fine.
text.
I'm learning so much about this game, by the way, and thank you, everyone, for making sure that I will never fully understand the rules of this game.
Okay.
Because I will constantly be suspicious of my players.
We do have hit on the head, jump kick, gezielter Angriff, so on a special zone, storming someone, the windmill, shield bash, high blade, wide swing, run over. That sounds right?
Yeah, I think that's an
I mean, it'll be
technique,
that's more like
but
akin to trampling, but I'm sure that that'll be close enough. Like to the method of trampling would be the same thing that you'd be using for a tackle.
There's trampling down and tackle are different things. I found tackle.
Ah,
Oh yeah, tackle's good. Yeah, tackle's the thing.
So you need to get an attack with -2. So
I said 4 out of 12.
4 out of 12. So you do half damage, but the person you're hitting needs to make a check for body control.
Okay.
And the damage you did is not the bonus, the malus, the modifier for the body control roll.
So I do 2 points of damage.
Nice. Okay. I rolled a natural 20, and that is the most disappointing natural 20 I've ever rolled in my life.
Yeah, so he's now lying down, and he's got the first tier of stunned.
Okay. I'm going to also add something else because it is a critical fumble or critical fail on his part. I'm going to add an extra d6 points of damage from Kiro as you have dropped him onto a broken, like sort of a bush that's like sort of been broken in the melee that's happened. And it is basically going to impale him somewhere as he goes down to the ground.
Yes!
Yeah.
So a d6 points of damage, please.
That would be 5.
5? Oh, nice. All right. The creature does not look like it is doing well. It looks as though perhaps it is on its final legs here. as Askra, we go to you.
Here I come. And yeah, I'm in quite a lot of pain. So like her friends can clearly tell.
How many levels of pain?
Askra has 2 levels of pain at the moment, and she's nearing level 3. So this is what I meant about conditions. They come as you lose hit points, pain, for example, and will take me out probably before I die. However, now I am here with my axe. I'm still smoldering, and I am fucking angry. So I will take my axe in both hands, raise the weapon over my head, and cut the impaled creature in half. At least that's the plan. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see. It is a 6, which would be a success. And I don't think it can dodge, can it?
It can absolutely dodge. It didn't dodge in its last round, and I'm going to dodge like crazy because I figured I'd need to.
I don't think it can when it's lying down.
Oh, it can't dodge when it's lying down?
Well, it depends. Is it prone? As like prone?
It's prone. It
is prone, yes.
It is, wait, liegend.
So, yes. So you have -2 to defense.
Yes.
So you can dodge, but it's -2. So it's more difficult.
Okay, so I got an 8. It was raised to 9 because of the boost.
Oh,
but with
no.
a -2, drops it back down, so he fails to dodge.
Well, here comes my axe, and it is a nice and hefty 12 points of damage.
That is plenty. Please describe the bloody mess
Well,
that is now in front of you.
smoldering, smelling slightly of burnt hair, bacon, and leather. Askra raises her huge axe over the head, and it comes down on the impaled creature and rests in its chest, blood splattering left and right, some on Askra's face, and she seemed very angry. She still does, but somehow she seems to be a lot more happy.
All right. The creature lies ripped in twain as it bleeds on the ground, no longer moving, still clutching the boot in its dead hands, which Askra, you kind of just rip out of his grip. You have emerged victorious.
Yeah,
You're also
Askra
brutally
sits down and starts moaning because everything hurts.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Askra. How are you feeling? Kira, can you check that it's actually dead?
Oh, well, I take out my rapier and poke him from some distance.
Sure. It's very dead. Do you check both halves to see if it's...
Halves.
Poke the legs and then go poke the head?
Yeah.
Okay.
Balsam Salabunde, Balsam Salabunde, Balsam Salabunde, heile diese Wunde.
It's much better. Yeah, so, yeah. I'm getting healed, right? So, fun fact.
I'm trying to heal you. So,
Healing
sagacity,
spells.
intuition.
Healing spells in the dark eye take 10 minutes or more. So you can't heal in combat.
I'm good at sagacity. I'm also good on intuition. So now comes crab. Is Fingerfertigkeit dexterity or agility?
Dexterity.
Dexterity, thank you. And I need to invest 4 points on dexterity. Good. And you get... Oh, I can only give you as much as I have in that spell. So you get six
Much better.
life points back. And
Thank you very much.
6 astral points for it.
Thank you very much.
But it takes 10 minutes.
I lose 1 level of pain. I still have 1. Still moaning a bit.
I'm in great mental pain, but that's got nothing to do with what's going on.
Where's my shoe?
You have it in your hand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Thanks.
You ripped it off him. First thing you did when he fell down, or it.
Yeah.
Are we sure that we are even able to deal with a teenager at this point?
I think we're going home.
But Destiny is calling.
Well, Destiny is calling, but we should maybe go to the coast and wait for backup, because we're in no condition to deal with a teenager. You know what they are like.
Especially if they have an undead mage spirit or whatever in them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sick, you're hurt and in pain, and Kira is looking pretty spry still.
Quite pale, and I think I have some broken ribs.
I'm taking that back. What was that thing? Why was it? Is there a chimera, or is there another weird fairy thing? I wouldn't say I want to go home, but my home is like this. I just want to go someplace else. Can we?
Well, it was furry and it walked upright. So
oh no!
A werewolf?
No. Maybe worse. What Sumpfratze.
No, that's from Russia.
I heard of these creatures. They're vile. They live in the swamps. They have red eyes, and they follow you everywhere in groups. And legend goes that if you touch some of the plants in the swamp, you will become one of them.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit afraid that it also works that if they bite you, you become one of them. But that is also true for werewolves, so fucked if you do, fucked if you don't. I'm sorry.
There's this plant.
We better leave you here for dead.
There's this plant they speak of in the sagas. It's called, I don't know how to translate it from our language, but we call it something like morning thorn bush.
Yes. Yeah, it's the same in Garethi, morning thorn bush. So no touching weird plants. And if you get the urge to bite us,
to wipe
weird plants.
No touching any weird plants. Don't touch anything that has thorns on it. But you probably wouldn't if you're looking just looking for something to wipe. So I think we're good on that. So someone
injured, tired, fatigued,
yes,
and of course, with the rest of the night still needing hold.
And frustrated.
The morning will hold more answers. For now, however, the scent of this creature, whatever it is, should ward off many. It is a commonly known thing that when predators are killed, their scent is a very gamey, very particular smell, and this creature is definitely exuding quite a lot of it, warning most of the basic woodland creatures to steer clear, giving you the 4 or so hours you need to continue and finish the rest of your rest. Though it is, of course, not as restful as you would have liked, being out in the wild, when the morning finally arises, it is not too far, less than a half-day travel to the town with the young man. Now, your alternative choices are to try to make your way to the road, a similar distance. However, there's no guarantee of who or what or when someone will come in order to offer you transportation. You could, however, continue to try and make your way towards the coast. However, this is many days' worth of travel, and in your current injured state, this may prove to be a dire move indeed. Alternatively, however, resting up in the town, even if you do not deal with the young teenager, may prove to be quite prudent. Small towns like this are usually tucked away from many dangers and many things due to the hidden nature of their communication, which you had been following to get to this place. Had you not been told roughly where it was, you likely wouldn't have been able to find it nestled amongst the forest and the mountain croppings nearby. But ultimately, the choice is yours. To head to the roads head to the coast or to go to the town?
I think we're going to decide on the coast. Since Askra is probably like the needle of a compass, just pointing towards salt water. And
I
I'm not
always know
strong
where the
enough
coast
to
is.
stop her. I'm not strong enough to stop her. So I guess the teenager with the evil mage spirit inside him has to wait until we dip her in salt water or something. I don't know.
Yes. I need to recover.
Anything that resembles a city, so a town might do, is good for me.
as I
And
said,
it's
the clo-
only half a day away.
Well,
That is true.
it's the other option. It's either dip me in salt water to recover or give me ale.
I think in a town they
Town would work if they have ale. If not, then may the gods have mercy on their souls.
All right. To the town it is then. You begin to make your way for the half a day. It goes by very easily. It is about mid-morning when, it's late morning, should I say, when you arrive at the edges of what looks to be a small farmland. It seems like there is several fields of barley and wheat that are grown with several livestock ranches nearby, with what look to be, kind of like oxen, but kind of a little bizarre oxen. Like they've got like thick woolen shawls and the like that they have over them, but otherwise cows, you know. As you make your way closer, some of the locals sort of regard you curiously, but it isn't until a young woman approaches and seems to have a look of alarm over her face. She approaches and says, "My God, are you all right? What has happened?"
We've just been attacked by on the road. Someone tried to steal our shoes. You know how it is.
Yes, that is horrible. Please, come with me.
Is there alcohol in this settlement?
Yes, there is some.
Excellent.
But we should really tend your wounds first.
Oh, both is equally important. Yeah. Also, we need alcohol to disinfect the wounds and disinfect me from inside.
Yes, to disinfect her thoughts.
And we don't know what creature it was that attacked us, so alcohol will always be a good solution.
She nods and she says, "You could speak to the medicine man. He'll know everything."
Excellent.
Please. As she takes you to a temple. This is a temple of the god of the wind. Is there a god of
that would be effort, which is mostly a god of the seas, but he's also
of
wind and rain.
Yeah, and there are seven
unless it's a thunderstorm, then it's Rondra.
Not thunder. This one is this town is all about the gentle breeze, the soft rains. This is kind of like a spiritual, like they originally came from the coast, but they have basically been following the wind blown inwards into the deeper lands and thus.
Good.
So this is the temple you see in front of you. It is not defiled in any way, but it is not well maintained. It looks as though only one person has been doing their best to try and maintain this zone structure, but it is overgrown with various bits of the undergrowth. It seems as though in a lot of places, it seems like the forest is trying to take back the building itself. But the doors are clean, the inside is swept, and the gardens are well tended to. It just speaks to the age of this building more than anything else. As you arrive, there is a gentleman who is working there, dressed in the garbs of ephod. As you approach, he says, "Maria, what is going on?
Oh,
We have travelers. They've been injured."
My effort keep you, your grace. Yes, my travel companions have been injured. Excuse me. I'm just a little bit sick, but nothing to worry about, I guess. I think.
Oh, my. Well,
No.
please, come in, quickly. Let us tend to your wounds. Fetch some rubbing alcohol, some rags, and some food and drink, please. She kind of nods and runs off to some of the nearby houses. You can see by this stage some of the people have begun to move closer. We're going to fast forward a little bit because we are running short on time, but your wounds are tended to the point where you are now stable, effectively what you would consider to be half health for everyone at the very minimum, with some food and drink having been provided. You do your best to recount the tale of what had occurred to the priest, who listens with bated breath. He explains that the creature has been wandering these lands for some time. To know that it is now dispatched brings him and his people some measure of peace. He says that there is no town mayor, there is no hierarchy here, but he serves as the spiritual leader of this small town. It was about 4 or 5 families that banded together and made this settlement, and for the most part, they have been left to themselves. They want for nothing. Everything that they need is provided by the forest, by their farms, and by their livestock. Onto the matter of the young man. When it comes to transportation, they offer you horses to take you to the coast. They have plenty that are available for you to use. But whether or not you wish to talk to him or broach the question of this strange young mage is up to you.
Well, during the conversation, I would like to drop some questions.
Sure.
I try to work around the matter and let the name of Naranthi drop. See if it gives any reaction. Do they have a Naranthi here?
As you drop the name, he says, the only Naranthi here is a small boy. He works with his mother in the mill. Why do you ask?
Heard that name some miles past.
Well, if you had, then it could not have been our Naranthi. As we say, we very rarely leave the village. The young, of course, even less so than the adults. The only time we do is if we are truly in need of things, such as medicine and the like. Although much of what we have here, you notice that a lot of the medicines he's using are herbs and, stuff from the forest. But on occasion, he'll need stuff that's stronger. But yeah.
Your Naranthi is just the miller's boy.
Well, yes. No, well, not a boy, soon a man, 15 years of age.
Oh. That's already an adult, yeah.
Where can we find him? We would like to talk to him.
Around this time, you would probably find him, if I look at my map. Give me my map. There we go. You would probably find him along the river bay. Along the river. A lot of the youngsters will go there in order to fish, and well, you can see there's kind of an embarrassment. There's like something he seems to be hiding. Is there like a sense motive check here?
Yes.
Something to identify or insight.
Yeah. Menschenkenntnis. What's it? Social empathy, foster independent seduction twice. I guess it's empathy. In the quick start rules. I've got 2 points in empathy. Ha ha ha.
Right. Brilliant. Okay. If you
I
would
need
like
to roll intuition.
Yeah,
Is a 2?
I need to roll. I don't know why, but I have 5.
I have 5 also.
14. Oh, I got my 2 points left. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 1 level of quality.
Okay.
Right?
119 ruins it for me.
I got 2 quality levels.
Okay. You can tell that he is hiding something that seems embarrassing more than anything else.
I'd love to say something like, "Oh, come on, you can tell us," but I'm rubbish at being nice. So I'm more like the intimidation kind of person. So when I get that feeling, like my eyebrows, which are very large and hairy, do these things, almost like a ripple. And then I look at him. Chin goes forward. My shoulders grow very broad and come on, spit it out. I probably give off the impression that I might crush his bones if he doesn't.
Okay.
So I can do a roll if you want.
No, it's okay. He's a very friendly individual. He did just heal you and, you know, like offer you like medicine and food and drink for free.
I feel bad,
but you know what? Screw this guy. So he does kind of like seem hesitant, but he really, you know, it's nothing really big as a secret. He tells you that this river location is a place where the youngsters often take partners and have time away from the village. You know, a lot of the adults kind of pretend like they don't know what goes on during these fishing trips. And he seems to be very flustered. He seems more blushing than anything else. Like he's like, you know, like, because he's obviously the spiritual, you know, leader of the village, and he's definitely, you know, like supposed to intervene and be like, no, how dare you, you know, heathens and stuff. But there's a certain level of like empathy that he feels as well.
But he's a priest of effort. He should approve of fishing trips. I don't understand, but yeah.
Which is absolutely what he's doing. He's approving of the fishing trips.
Excellent. See, no problem there. No problem there. All good, all good. I pat his back.
He, you know, sort of, again, very sheepishly kind of says, well, look, if, he looks at you and sees you are maybe a little bit on the dangerous side. You are very injured, you're very well armed and the like, and you are looking for a young man from the village that doesn't leave by name. So he is going to offer to take you to the river spot himself, rather than just give you directions.
That is very nice of you. Praise effort.
And I think it's really nice because he's a priest, and if that Naranthi guy is, well, some evil creature in disguise, a priest on our side will help us a lot. I hope so.
That is true. That is true.
Okay. You begin to journey, traveling not very far towards the lake. Towards the river. As this happens, is there a deity who surrounds specifically justice or demon slaying or
Bios.
righteous?
Bios, god of the sun and zealous righteousness of the law also and contracts, but yeah.
Perfect. You hear the sounds of shouting and a commotion coming up ahead from the riverbanks.
Oh.
As you arrive, you come onto a scene in which a young woman, who is not as dressed as she should be, is kind of on the ground by this river. You could see that a young man also not wearing as much as he should be, is being hoisted up into the air by his pant belt and by his neck by a very large individual wearing heavy armor and blazoned onto his back a large mantle with the symbol of, sorry, was it Velos? Valos?
Rios.
Prios.
Vios. Brios, yes. This is a very violent situation you find yourself approaching.
Oh! I shrink back to the back of the group because mages and priors don't mix and try to shove.
Sorry, did you say
Then I
prios
decide
or Brios?
Prios, Praios, and then I think about whom to shove forwards: Askra, the heathen, or Kiro, the definitely shady guy. From a place that is also, they have a complicated situation with basically having a half god as an emperor. Not everyone is happy with accepting the half god status situation. So I guess I just go, you talk, no, wait, maybe we should, I think that man is it a man? That person is solving our problem for us.
The man is still holding this young boy, and says, and the child, and he goes, "Quit your struggling. This will be over quickly. Please, sir, I have done nothing wrong. I don't know you. You do not know me, but you will know me by the end. I'm going to say Inquisitor Cross. Yeah, that's a good name. I am Inquisitor Cross, and I am here to ensure that you will bring no harm to this or any land. I'm just a miller's boy. I mean no one harm. Please, sir, you have the wrong person. I swear." He drags the boy over to the water of the river, stepping into the shallows. He now holds him just above the water level and pulls out what looks to be a vial of something like a bottle. You recognize this as the glassware that comes from Ribera down south, as he pops the cork with his teeth and pours it over the young boy's head. As it does so, the liquid drips down. At first, from inside the bottle is like this golden and a clear, semi-transparent golden liquid that pours onto the back of his head. But as it runs through his hair and drips down into the water, it turns into this blackened color and stains the water as it rushes down the river. He says, "You see there, boy? The taint is within you. Proof." The young girl...
You're not meaning to just... You can't just sentence him to death or something. You need to bring him before court. We are not in the Shadowlands anymore. Oh, no, sorry. We are not in the... You can't do that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he should know that, shouldn't he?
As you say this, you draw his attention. He stands up without letting go of the boy and sees you all. "This matter is none of your concern.
Yeah.
If I were you, I would suggest leaving."
Sorry, this is of our concern. We almost got murdered getting here, and someone tried to steal my boot. So we're into this, right? This is our business.
I don't follow your reasoning, but as I said, it's unlawful. And you should be ashamed of yourself. Praise Prios.
You know that he deserves due process, except that you have, well, there's danger imminent. I don't see that here danger is imminent here.
He looks at the three of you, can definitely see Askra's big old axe, and the like, and realizes that he cannot do what he's doing with one hand tied behind his back effectively. With a very, very strong, swift motion, he takes out what looks to be another one of these glass vials and places it in the jaw of the young boy. Before you're able to approach, he slams the jaw shut, breaking the glass in his mouth. It's dissolvable glass. It's like a special compound and stuff, so it doesn't hurt him or cut him or anything like that. But as it does break, however, his body petrifies. It stiffens and goes rigid, and he puts him to the side.
What in the nether hells? A prior who uses magical means? I say he cannot be a true servant of priors. He must be one of the nameless ones. Yes.
I get the axe out and flex of it.
He draws his sword, which is a raging flamberg. For those of you who do not know what a flamberg is, it is a kindled greatsword with... Yeah, it is a giant sword with flanged edges on either side. He says, in Prios's name, you dare stand in my way. You shall be cut asunder. For my work is the work of the righteous. My vision is to see evil and cut it where it stands. And you, for whatever your cause and whatever issue you have with your fucking boot, will not stop my holy quest.
You proclaim to be a man of priors, but you're using a magical concoction and a weapon holy to the goddess of Rondra, so I say, nay, you are fake. You have taken the name of the god of the sun and all that is righteous in vain, and I will strike you down in the name of Hizinde. Ignifaxius Flammenstrahl, magisch Feuer, schnellste Stahl. I'm trying.
You say as you cast magic.
But it needs 2 actions again, so you can probably
very well.
stroll up to me and smack me.
Yeah, I'll say we'll go into initiative here. Okay. Now, regarding time, how are we for time for everything?
Nico,
before I jump into one of the combat?
Nico asked how long we're gonna play, if until 4 or until 5, and I said at least 5. Michael stupidly started a fight. No. Here's the thing. There is something else here. That was during the small bold.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
So
where are we at now?
We can play until 5 or longer. And I don't know
what time it is.
We have at least 40 more minutes. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine. We can do this. I can make that. I can work with this.
Okay.
All right. Very well.
So initiative.
And everyone. Okay. Yep. So initiative for everyone.
Initiative.
It's the one time that you don't want to roll a 1 in the dark eye, and guess what I did?
Well, did you know that there is actually an optional rule for initiative where it must be invoked, however, and the player who plays the dark eye the longest gets to go first.
Okay, that is probably Thomas.
Yeah. So technically you could do that, but you're probably first anyway because you have a quick character.
Yeah.
So.
I rolled a 6 for a 19, so I will be first anyway.
Exactly. Well,
okay.
If only that was me, but it isn't. I
we
got 16.
I've got 14.
Okay. And that is a 17 for the Inquisitor. So, we are going to start with... Look, alchemy is not magic.
It is
science, damn it.
No, in the dark eye, it is magic.
Science. What he believes doesn't have to be the law. All right. Kiro, then the Inquisitor, then Askra, and then Brucella.
So,
Hero, you're up.
As usual.
Oh,
Yeah, pretty much exactly as it was before.
buy them some time by fluidly reaching into my broad belt, taking out a throwing dagger, and in a fluid motion, throwing it maybe in his face.
Maybe.
All right.
That's a crit.
Oh,
Nice.
If you roll a 1, you need to roll again, and you need to confirm that it's actually crit. So you need to roll under.
That's
under
a
your attack
3.
value again. That
So,
is
yeah, it
actually
is
a
critical hit.
crit.
Nice.
Goodbye, Mr. Prios.
So double damage or no armor? What's it these times?
Well, you get to roll your weapon damage again without strength modifier. So that counts.
Yeah, it's a throwing weapon anyway.
Yes.
So, who? That would be 10.
Oh, nice.
Oh, dang. Okay. 10 points of damage. Now, does the armor absorb any of that?
I think since it's a crit, it doesn't.
I'm going to call bullshit on that.
Oh, why?
That depends on the edition.
Yeah, let me check. I have the original.
I'm going to call
here.
bullshit.
Carry on.
Okay, carrying on. So 10 points of damage as the dagger does indeed manage to strike him center mass. He is taken aback by the shot. It manages to get in quite a vulnerable spot along his armor, between like kind of the upper links of the plate that he's got and the areas around both sides of that sort of strap normally to where his abdomen would be. He pulls out the dagger and throws it to the ground. It is, obviously bleeding. And what he is going to do is he is going to duck behind the large rock that he laid the young man next to. As he ducks behind it, you no longer can see him as he does something behind the rock. He is in the shallows of the river as well, so you can hear his footsteps splashing there. You can just hear that.
You are correct.
I am correct. Oh, all right. Now, what is the scaling of armor?
So what kind of armor would he have? Then I can let you know what.
I would say it'd be heavy metal armor. So, in my mind, he would be akin to like a paladin, for example.
Oh wow. Okay. So we'd be talking 4 or
Right.
5 points that you could subtract
4 or 5.
from the damage. 4 or 5, depending on how heavy you want his armor to be.
Okay, so is that just like damage reduction on all attacks that he gets, or is it a reaction?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's.
So
damage
I'm gonna
reduction.
say that I'm gonna put that at 3. Because it is heavy, but it is not like
Not like super
battle
heavy.
turtle.
So my armor, for example, Asker's armor is a combination between metal and leather, and that has 3, for example. It means I can still move. I don't get disadvantage on stuff like sneaking or swimming, but it's already like quite some armor. So he should have at least 4. Just saying.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, no. I'll give him 4. That's fine. Cool. Done and done. He has 4 armor. Okay, which then that brings us to his turn where he ran around the thing and something happened. Askra, your turn next.
Well, here is my beautiful baby weapon, which the chat can name if they like. What's my axe called? Put it in the chat. Nice, tall, valiant lady axe. And
Axkra.
Excalibur.
Axkra. Yeah, no. Less related to my mother's name, please. So yeah, and I'll just use it. Use blade with Prios guy.
You cannot see Prios guy from where you're currently standing.
Run towards Prios guy and charge. Is that an option?
Yeah, you run towards Prios guy. You enter the river and go around the rock, and as you do so, he is not there.
Oh fuck. I look at the water. I was born in water. Is there any water movement that would suggest he is invisible?
Make a perception check with a +1 advantage.
4, 3, come on, 11. That is looking very good. Let me just give you a number. Where is my perception? There it is. It is a quality level of 1. That's all I can do, but it's there. Okay.
With a quality of level of 1, you look around. You do not see anything out of the ordinary. However, you likewise do not see any sign of like water or climbing coming from the rock. So you know that he went around the corner for sure, and he definitely hasn't climbed up this rock or anything like that. That's the only thing you can kind of tell.
Okay. He's not underwater either. Is the water clear?
The water is clear. Yeah. And also for the record, the way I do invisibility is invisibility doesn't turn you to glass, so it doesn't create a negative space. What it does is anything in contact with that will be invisible as well. Much like if he picked up a stone, that stone would be invisible and won't have like a floating
I have to
rock
stop you there, Michael. Invisibility in the dark eye works like this. You have to undress.
For real?
Are you calling bullshit?
Stop. No, I'm not going to call bullshit.
Okay.
It is.
All right.
It is.
Smart choice.
In which case, I will adjust ever so slightly, and with your check, I will say that. Actually, no, I will adjust slightly because this was part of the bullshit card that I got before, so I'm still going to claim my reward. The adjust. Is that it is not a potion to drink and then consume. It is an ointment that he has placed on his person. So he has covered himself in this oil and ointment. However, in adjusting it thusly, you can, however, see the oil or some of the oil on the water's edge itself, which leads you to a specific location just about maybe like a meter down upriver from where you're currently at.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm still charging, hopefully, and yeah. So I don't know.
Now, can you charge in difficult terrain?
Is water difficult for a Thorvalian who basically was born in water?
I'd say that you are also in a river with loose stones and gravel as your foot base, which you are running upriver. Which means you're fighting against the current to do so. So I would say it would definitely.
So my charge comes to a sudden halt, but the question is, am I close enough to attack this round, or would I need to wait until my next turn?
I'd say a meter away, you'd still be too far away.
All right. Okay. Then this ends my turn, and but I prepare if I see any movement where the oil is to chop.
If it comes within range. Yep, happy for that. You have your axe at the ready, prepared to attack. As we then go to Brucella.
I try to move to see the fake Inquisitor too. And if I can't see him, I'm very, very nervously still doing my incantation. And hopefully he'll... I can spot something, or he'll reveal himself before I finish my spell, because this is just the first round that I'm casting.
Okay, perception check as you apparently attempt to look for this individual wherever he may be. You do get no bonuses for this, though.
Yeah, perception 5. Perception. The first one is fine, 11 out of 14. The second one is 7 out of 14. And the third one is 9 out of 15. So I've got 5 points left. That's 2 levels of quality.
Okay, with
I'm
invisibility,
finally doing something.
With invisibility, how many levels of quality does one usually need to spot an invisible creature?
Okay, status is invisible. He needs to roll on sneaking.
Okay, he got an 8 on his sneak, which is a success.
No, he needs to roll. Sneak is you need 3 rolls.
This is a skill.
Is a skill.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
So what do I need to roll? I've got an 8, a 2, and
Stealth,
a 3.
Courage, agility, strength. If we use the simple rules.
Simple rules. So,
courage.
8 on stealth. Oh, sorry, 8 on courage.
That's probably good.
So
yeah, that's probably fine.
Then 2 on what's the second one?
Agility, also good, and then strength.
And then 3 on his strength.
Yeah. So, how good is he at stealth? What do you think?
At stealth, without the potion, not very, but the potion supplements that.
No, the potion makes him invisible. But
Okay,
then,
yep.
if I try to spot him, it's basically my spot hidden versus his stealth. So it's just.
I'd say it's not great. It's like below average for sure.
So then he probably can't get more than one level of quality, so I beat him.
Okay.
I
cool.
at least have a general idea where he is, so that means
Yeah,
I
I'd say it's
can
like-
attack, but it's yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be like looking at like, the Predator, how you've got like the shimmery outline. So you can spot the outline rather than, him specifically.
Okay. Damn, but I still need to touch him, so I'm running forward and trying to touch him. Because I'm reading now, spells can only be cast on someone invisible, even if you know where they are, if you touch them not on range. Good. This is going to hurt everyone.
All right, you rush across and you make your way over to him, where you reach out and attempt to place your hand
wait
upon
for
him.
my next round.
Oh, and wait for your next round?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The spell is
all right,
2
well-
actions.
Okay, Kiro, you see Ashgra has gone to one side of the rock. Bracella has gone to the other side of the rock. You're where you started, having thrown your very, very good dagger throw.
I rush forward.
So, a ranged attack on someone invisible is pure luck, so a 1 out of 20.
Dang, okay.
Close combat
but-
is you halve your attack.
Anyway, I'd like to pick up my throwing dagger. And
So you'd have to move over to your throwing dagger, and I'll say as part of the movement,
Yeah.
you'll pick up the dagger that you've thrown.
okay, and I'll take a look around. I still don't know that he has turned invincible.
No, he's invincible. Canon, I didn't call bullshit, so now you've said it. He is now invincible. I love it. No, okay. Yep, make a
Ointment of
perception check.
invincibility. Okay. No.
Also, by the way, when in case you didn't notice, when I saw Rivera on the map that Nico drew, I was like, straight away, Witcher. It's just this guy, tons of potion bottles. That's just everything that's happening right now.
There is a place called Rivia, yeah.
So I have all of my 7 points for perception left. So that would be 3 levels.
Brilliant. Yep. Much like Bracella, you do see that shimmering outline of the Inquisitor there.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right, but that'll be your turn. All right, the Inquisitor takes grand prejudice against Bracella. Using his great Flamberg, he takes his shot. Now, the ointment does not last beyond the first attack, because I'm playing this by the rules of the D&D stuff, which is when you make an attack while you're invisible, it will break the enchantment.
That is actually a Dark Eye rule as well.
Yeah, see, I like that. Okay. Ooh, that is a 3 on my attack to hit.
I think I can't dodge while I'm casting. Or can I?
You can.
You can.
but
I
you
tried to
lose the
dodge.
spell.
Oh gosh, darn it!
If he hits you
But
and
also-
he'll do damage, you need to concentrate in order to keep
I
the spell.
know,
So
I know.
with a weapon like that, it would be better if you dodged. Because it'll be a lot of damage.
So how much damage does your axe do?
My axe, 1d6 plus 6 with my damage bonus. But do you want to know what your weapon does?
Yes, please.
2d6.
Nice.
Potentially plus 2, but that's on if you want it. But at least 2d6.
All right. Well, 2d6 plus his strength, I think, is going to be fine.
What's his strength?
His strength is +4.
How can I be an elemental mage and not have body control? No. No, it's not body control. It's self-control. But I also have nothing in self-control. I suck at what I do, is what I'm saying. Still, I'm trying to take the damage because I finally want one of my spells to succeed. And not stop casting right in the middle. So give me the damage I'm trying to keep casting.
Okay.
Yeah, first one is good. Second one, not. I'm losing my spell anyway. So, okay, give me the damage.
Okay, here we go. All right. 2d6 plus 4 is... All right, that is 13 points of damage.
Oh, that is also, I think, at least 2 levels of pain. I'm going and fall down.
All right. As you fall down, you have been cleft from shoulder to hip by the Inquisitor. However, Myri, can I get you to roll me just a straight d20, please?
Yes. 20.
No, this is fine. This actually works for me. So, I have my own mechanic, which I'm going to implement because while I'm using the Dark Eye rules, I have my own stuff. And I would like to introduce you all to my own personal limited edition coin. It's only one because it's a prototype of my do or die coin. Now, there are some situations which are just 50-50. Sometimes you do, sometimes you die. This is a very tense moment, and there is something that may or may not happen based on this attack. I'm going to flip do or die to find out what happens as this invisible blade comes down upon you.
Is do good for me or die?
Do is, well, both are bad for you. One is slightly worse.
I do feel like playing
All right.
with the Dark Eye. It's very much in the spirit.
All right.
Okay, go on.
As you are about to take the blow, blood covers your face as the blade sinks into flesh. You feel the warmth of it on you as it drips down. However, it is not your blood. Standing in front of you is the young woman who is also in the scene. Seeing that you had come to help the young Naranti from the assailant, she attempts to push you out of the way. In doing so, thanks to the fact that you have the do card, she not only pushes you out of the way and absorbs the impact, but also you manage to maintain your spell as you have been pushed aside. The young girl, however, falls to the ground. She is not moving.
No! See? That's good jamming. He made a stupid rule much cooler. There's interesting things happening, and also he managed to show you his merch. Props to you, Michael.
All of the above.
Right, that's a masterclass. Very good.
Thank you. All right, Ashkara, you're up.
Well. I know where to hit right now, right? I can see stuff. So I can see stuff. I can make it bleed. I can kill it, and that's what I shall do. I'm just checking. Yeah. Eat steel.
All right, let's see it.
Yeah. He would be hit unless he wanted to dodge or parry.
He will attempt to parry it.
All right, excellent. So it's half your. Should be half your. Yeah, whatever your attack is, half that, and if you can parry with that.
Okay, so half of my attack. Okay, so my attack, half of that. Okay, that is a success.
Well, then it's steel against steel. And
Factor!
Oh, factor!
what? Yeah, right. So, okay, this might be mind-blowing, but if people parry in the dark eye, there is a rule called Bruchfaktor, which means breakage factor, if you translate it literally. And it means the weapons could break if you parry.
Yeah. If I think the simple rules is if it's the first time it happens, it's you roll a d6 and only on a 6 the weapon breaks, and then every time it goes lower. So
yes.
Okay.
Oh, let's do it. Unless you have a magical weapon, which I don't think he would as a blessed one of priors. He wouldn't, right? So
no, that's true. But
yeah,
I just want to check something real quick because physics is an important thing here. All right. I'm going to give him a +1 to this because the nature of the Flamberg in this particular instance, the flanges on it are capable of breaking steel that strikes against it. It's kind of the design element to it.
So he gets a bonus on his, or rather, you would subtract 1. So his weapon can't break this turn.
Oh, yeah, sure.
If it breaks on a 6, he can't roll a 6. Then he can't break this turn. But next turn, it's 5 and 6. So eventually it might.
Okay, so I need to roll a 6 or lower.
Yeah, technically you don't need to roll if you have has a bonus of 1 and it can only break on a 6, and you would subtract 1 from your roll. You can't roll a 6. Well, you can roll a 6, but you can't have a result of 6. Oh God, great! I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. All right, cool. Well, it is good. There you go. All right.
That is what happens.
Done and done. So there is a clash of steel and sparks fly into the air. You are repelled from the hit, as is he. Yeah, that is the thing that happens. Which brings us to Brucella.
I am casting my spell.
All right.
Do I still have fear?
I'm gonna say no. The time has long since passed, and the fear effect from everyone is now gone. You no longer worry about the fey creatures, undead lurking in the shadows. And this guy is more pissed you off than you are afraid.
Good. Where's my spell? That's not the spell I'm looking for. Also not the spell I'm looking for. I've looked up so many things in the past 2 hours. Oh, come on! Sorry. I have to find my spell again. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's taking long enough as it is. Okay, I roll on move. I'm rolling on courage. I've got a 14 and I rolled 17. So I have already used up 3 of my points that I've invested in the spell, which is 8, so I have 5 left. Then I roll on sagacity, I've got a 15 and I roll a 7. And then charisma, I've got a 14 and I roll a 7. So there's 5 points left. My spell is working. 2d6 plus twice my levels of quality. My levels of quality are 2, so 2d6 plus 4 damage.
Dang, okay.
And he already used his reaction to parry.
He did indeed.
So 6 plus 4, that's 10 points of damage. Ah!
And his armor does nothing. All right, that brings him up to 16 damage in total.
Also, I roll another d6, and on 1 to 3, he is burning. He's burning.
Right.
Burning on a small patch. Brennend auf kleiner
All right,
Fläche.
he is burning.
Okay, that's
All right.
8 astral points. But I finally managed to do something, and it's nearly as effective as whacking him with a blade. Nearly. Okay.
All right, as the flaming blast erupts, covering him, he tries his hardest to sort of swat at the flames amidst it, but it is not his turn, so he cannot do anything about it. Brings us to Kiro.
Yeah, well, he's visible again, but he's now in a melee with 2 of my friends, so I won't throw the dagger. I put the dagger back, draw my rapier, and rush in.
Put the dagger down!
Take it down! All right, you rush in with your rapier, and with a poignant thrust between your 2 friends, you try to strike at the metal foe in front of you.
And we're 3 against 1 by now. I think that will have him at a disadvantage, isn't it?
It is. So he doesn't have multiple reactions, so that is his first problem. So if he gets hit now, he will most likely get hit, right? So
I get a 4 out of 12, so a hit.
Nice. Yep, that'll hit.
bam, bam.
Haha, rolled 6 for 9 damage. Or is the
9
rapier
damage.
still 1d6 plus 3? Don't know.
Okay, all right, he is still up for now at least. However, with the burning damage, can I get Myri to roll a d6 for me for the burning damage?
1.
Oh, he's still alive. Okay.
Smoldering a
All right.
little.
He is smoldering a little. Okay.
So he's hot.
It's
Smoldering.
under the collar. Okay. All right. He provokes an attack of opportunity from all 3 of you.
Oh, come
Now,
on.
here's what happens. He tries to push past, ignoring all of you, and heading for the paralyzed boy. He is no longer able to see. He is blind, and that will incur the other penalties that will invoke that. As the fire is now consuming him, he is no longer able to see through the flames outside of his one quarry. He is moving and struggling, but the wounds are deep and cause him to stagger. Each of you will get a free attack.
Yes.
A 9 out of 12?
Nice. That's 2
Yeah,
hits.
I would hit as well. And normal damage. Yeah.
Brucella?
I am trying, but no, I rolled a 20. I fumble. I fumble so hard.
All right. You hit Ciro in the back of the head.
That is 8 points of damage.
Ooh. Well,
Ow!
that might be the reason why my strike is only 4 points of damage on that Briar's guy.
All right. Are you still conscious, though?
I'm so sorry.
And then I see stars and maybe go down.
Oh, well,
Wow.
actually, because this is a critical fumble, I will say that you'll go down before you deal your
Okay,
damage,
I'll
because this
do
all
it.
happens simultaneously. So you are just about to, and then wham, you suddenly go down. Askra?
Well, here comes my trusty, beautiful axe with 8.
8 is enough to slay the creature.
So, by the way, I rolled again to make sure that it is a fumble, because for the criticals you have to roll twice and see if it's still a miss. And after the 20, I rolled a 19. So, man, I nearly fumbled your head off. I'm sorry, Thomas.
Dang. Okay, well, as you are, I'm going to say that you're not unconscious, that you have basically just like sort of blacked out but then sort of regained yourself after a little bit and can see this now in front of you, the Inquisitor laying on the ground, literally just burning as the fire from the magic just spreads throughout his whole body. The young woman is still lying in a pool of her own blood. The young boy is still paralyzed in the next to the rock in the short distance over there. What do you guys do?
Is the young woman is dead, right? It's like not like you can put her back together.
You may make what is the equivalent of a medicine check to find out.
A medicine check.
A medicine check, yeah. I just don't think I am very good at this. Or am I? Oh, I got 2. So let's have a look.
Treat wounds.
Okay.
There's 4 different talents, 4 different skills for medicine. For wounds.
Treat wounds is in the basic.
I'd say wounds.
Wounds, disease, poison, and psychology, basically. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
wounds for sure.
with a whopping quality level of 1, what can I say?
She is still alive.
Ah, great. Then we get her to solid ground and out of the water and try to stop any bleeding.
All right. Very well. You tend to the wounds as best you can, but you do not have the supplies or medical expertise to offer much but staunching the bleeding. What about the boy?
I'm still saying lots of different versions of sorry to Kiro. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I swear I wasn't trying to hit you, and I didn't know I could hit that hard. I'm very. Oh my God! Is he drowning? Oh my!
Stop it! Has that fake Inquisitor something on him that might help before it gets burnt to cinders?
Didn't he drop in the river? I don't think he's still burning.
Yeah, maybe just in the river and then fumble what he has on him.
You fumble with the Inquisitor, and I try to drag the boy out of the river so he doesn't drown.
The boy's okay. So the boy's not in the river.
Okay, so he's on the bank.
Yep, he's on the bank. You drop the Inquisitor into the river, which cools him off. You find his flamberg and his armor still quite intact, as well as the symbols of Preos. You also see a number of different potions that are there. These are assorted potions, which include things like holy water, a lot of blessed, like basically like little tiny like various potions that do various things. Oils and ointments and stuff. In addition, you also find a tome or a ledger, and it seems to have a number of different names, some of which have been crossed out in blood. This individual is a Inquisitor of Preos. Now, the Inquisitors themselves are very much wherever we go, we are the law. We do what is necessary against evil. Sometimes the judicial system will fail you, and in the instance of that, it is good men who do not act or good men who do not speak up. And so this individual, Cross, for example, is very zealous in his belief of this, tracking down and hunting those who are even suspected of being a potential threat, and exterminating them, because even if they weren't a threat, it is still safer to have that person be dead before they become one. How he found out about Naranti or anything like that is still like kind of up in the air. It's kind of a mystery, but his name is in this ledger as well.
Well, what do you think? I have no idea what we got ourselves into, but I'm very happy that there's another priest here as a witness. I'm looking around. The priest is still there, the priest of effort.
Yes, he is, and he is absolutely gobsmacked and shocked. His whole body has basically given out on him as he watched the whole mess unfurl. He can attest to this individual was definitely was not a man of Preos. There was no justice in what he did, and that he attacked poor Clarabelle in cold blood, a defenseless woman, is beyond reprehensible, and he will actually go and also help tend to the wounds and heal as well. And yeah, well, I mean, again, as we come to the close of today, all that's left is to decide what you do with the young man. He is, by all appearances, still paralyzed, vulnerable. You could very easily end his life here and now. At which point, does that make you any better than the Inquisitor? Or could you allow this young boy to continue?
Well,
I will. I vote for taking him to a magical academy. They will be best equipped to find out what is going on with him, and they will protect him from more inquisitors. And if he actually becomes a mage, if he does have the spark, he will also be protected by law against them simply acting against him. Are you good with this, or would you rather see something else happening to the boy?
I'd rather take him to a temple, not of Prios, but maybe of the other 6. Hesinde would do, Tsar would do. So we have.
I would probably take him to a temple of Galpesh. If you're not fine with me taking him to an academy, they can keep him hidden.
I don't know. What do they do? I'm from the far southeast.
Oh yes, you're Thorwalian.
Yeah.
So Galpesh are the priests of the downtrodden and the hidden. So they are very used to defending people from unjust, people taking the law into their own hands. And they're respected enough to do it.
Oh, that sounds
Might
reasonable,
work as well.
but not to forget, the initial thing was to chop him down, wasn't it?
No. An undead, probably demonic creature told us to chop him down. So, do you want to do what the undead, demonic, probably nameless creature wanted you to do?
Well, no.
Or should cooler heads prevail?
But they also said that we would be averting great danger from these lands.
Oh, these lands are always full of great danger.
Oh. True.
Well, it's a great
we should. Sorry. You're more clever than me, so you speak.
It's a great danger to all those demonic creatures, undead, and whatever is left of the Black Army. And that zealous Prios Inquisitor has Naranthi's name in a book, so there might be some connection, but maybe young Naranthi is the salvation for this region. Maybe he has some strange kind of magic, and I think that will be best treated and inquisited in a temple.
You are so clever. So you think the undead person just fucked with our brains?
Yep.
Yes.
Of course.
Oh. Well, yeah. All right. I have no opinion on this matter anymore. I'm not
The fact that it
I'm
sent
too stupid.
the fact that it sent a very unique, very flamboyant, otherwise unknown undead creature just to drive the carriage to get us there should have tipped us off.
Carriages are shit anyway. Honestly, it's better to walk. Or the best thing is to take a ship.
Let's find a boat and get this boy to a magical school.
Yep.
I
Or
agree.
temple.
Let's find a boat.
Well, after discussing it with the boy's parents, and of course the priest, and some other
We're
discussions,
just
it is agreed.
kidnapping the boy.
Give us your boy. We'll take good care of him and then picture of us.
Yeah. Consent is very important, guys. So anyway,
It is.
as you manage to convince them, they provide a river raft that will take you back to the coast, where you are indeed going to enroll them in a school. But as we pan away from this scene, as you escort the young woman and the young boy from the battlefield, you make your way to the what did you say the academy was?
Either
Oh, we hadn't decided on
well, it's
on
a- well-
academy or temple, and not exactly which temple. I'm still voting for Galpish.
Right.
But I guess if we go to the coast and a little bit north.
Right. You sure, that is where you're heading. But in the days that follow after you have left, the priest comes back in order to lay rest to the Inquisitor. After all, to leave him rotting in a river seemed a little bit unethical. So the priest had come back and, strangely enough, couldn't find the body anywhere, presuming it had been washed downriver. Though unlikely, given they were wearing heavy armor and the like. And, he takes a few moments to look around to try and see what he can find. Instead of the Inquisitor, what he does find, however, is a strange, shadowy mark on the ground. A silhouette of darkened, burned, and blackened earth, where the grass and the rock where the young boy was paralyzed and laid there is now just this black, charred silhouette.
Good thing we're not there to see it.
Indeed. But what this means and what stories unfold from their decisions will, of course, come another day, perhaps, or maybe perhaps not. In any case, no matter where you are, no matter what is happening, the Dark Eye and our Twitch chat will always be watching. And that is the end of our game today.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Yay!
You made it through.
Yes.
I made it through. Jesus.
How hard was the struggle, Michael? Be honest.
Oh, at some point or another, I was just hearing numbers, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, it's all just sounding like bullshit right now." It's just like at some point or another, I just wasn't saying anything just because I was just like, "Oh, that could just so be not bullshit right now."
We were really easy on you, and a lot of the things were your eyebrows wiggled, and you were like, "Huh?" It was actually part of the game.
Yeah, I kind of figured some of those, and I was just like, because I mean, I didn't want to relent on them because I only had 2 more bullshit cards left, and if I'd spent them, I'd be giving you 3 critical successes.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, you did,
So-
you did really, really well.
So you want to know what was bullshit? If we can.
Yes,
Yeah, if you
absolutely.
can
I
reconstruct
100%
it.
want to know what was bullshit. I want to see how many things I missed.
I'm not sure if it is bullshit, but it was entirely bullshit. But it's definitely bullshit the way I did it. The fact that I rolled and then rolled which sickness I got. I think you can contract sicknesses, and there's rules for that, but it's definitely not like that. So
Okay, yeah. I would see that. I was a little suspect of that, but I thought it was something unique to your like some of the things you picked, or you're like, you know what I mean? Like, I am good at this, but as a cost, I am now vulnerable to the. You actually delivered it very well, and if I go back and watch it, I know no matter how many times I hear it, I will definitely be like, yeah, no, that sounds right. Okay, fair enough. So the sickness.
We definitely. I think Thomas started it off. We were trying to find out whether you were actually listening to anything we said about gods, because we changed the number of the gods and we brought
Several times. Yeah.
Oh, yep. Nope. Didn't catch that.
No.
We started
At
off
some
with
point or another,
correctly.
they were just names.
Yeah, we started off correctly with by all the 12 gods, and then in the end we were suddenly at 6, and there's no Galpish anywhere in any pantheon.
The gods are just dying one after the other. That's just how it rolls.
Yeah. Quick decline in deities during this game alone. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
But what else? What else did we do? Most was really just the rules as written, as in, yes, you can burn. There can be a small patch of you burning. There can be a bigger patch of you burning. There's 2 different things for running someone down and running someone over, and there's 2 different things for being better at initiative and initiative getting better.
Right. So it looks like I caught a lot of it though.
So I think one of the first one I brought was there is no special foot ability to deal a D20 damage. That was absolute bullshit. So that is not happening. Also, the hitting zones for bodies, and 11 is not necessarily a torso hit. I just made that up. So it could be, but it doesn't have to be. But there is a table you roll on.
I think an 11 is torso.
Yeah.
Is it? Well, it's.
I believe
and that's just me remembering. But
it's funny. It's funny you say that one, because for me, Myri and I played a game called Through the Breach, which is one of my favorite ones. And that one actually does have a table for body parts when you strike based on the.
Oh no, it's arms. A 10 would have been torso. 11 would be an arm.
See, I got you.
Okay.
No, wait. I looked in the wrong one. That was the table for small humanoid, but fighting against an average humanoid, and 11 is torso.
Wow, how did my brain do that?
It wasn't bullshit. I'm going to take that back.
It was no bullshit, but completely by accident, because I didn't look it up.
Yeah, well, you know what? You accidentally told the truth. That still doesn't mean it's bullshit, so I'm going to take that back.
It is. So then there is no alternative initiative rule, so whichever player plays the Dark Eye the longest gets to go first. That doesn't exist, like in no universe.
I figured that didn't exist, but I didn't call it because it was like, nothing happened.
Yeah, exactly.
There are a lot of board games in Germany which have such rules.
Yes. Like
really?
Who plays this game the longest, or who's the eldest and stuff like that. Or
I know a lot of card games do that, like who's wearing the most color and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I've seen some stuff like that.
There's a great board game called The Black Rose. Don't know if you know it. And the rule is starting player is the person who was gifted a rose last. And we played it, and we were with 3 female players, 3 male players, and 2 of the guys said, I've never been gifted a rose in my life. The next day,
very common.
Nico was not among them. I give Nico roses semi-regularly. So next day, we brought a bunch of roses to give out, to change who's going to be starting player, because we played that game a lot during that holiday. But that is Black Rose Wars. Thank you, Black Rose Wars.
Oh, okay. Now I think I have heard of that one, but I've not played it.
It's really good. It's really good. It's really fun. So we changed that, and I can't believe they were in long-term relationships, both of them. And their girlfriends, fiancés never gifted them a rose. That's sad.
I never gifted anyone a rose, I think.
But why not?
I hate flowers.
Yeah, but they might like
flowers.
Yeah. but you don't have to chop them off and then they don't last. So I give people potted plants.
Have you ever given a potted rose?
Yeah.
I've also
more
done
stuff
that.
like
Not to Nico, but
Steve.
Okay, we have to
Behind
make up
me.
special rules for potted cactuses.
Yes. Oh, one more that was bullshit was the Bruchfaktor, so the weapon breakability. So that exists in general, but you don't roll every time two weapons clash.
and only if you hit critically, and there's also a critical hit on the parry. But
Yeah.
in the first edition, oh, I'm sorry, Nico just wrote me something in chat. Go on, say something.
Sadness. But in the first edition of the Dark Eye, you actually had to roll Bruchfaktor a lot more. So it was very likely that after a couple of hits, your weapon would just implode.
Right.
Yeah, it was basically the last two Zelda games. So, bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, like this. Like that was what they were going for. Yeah.
I like that. I do like that.
Yeah.
All right. Were there any other bullshits that I didn't catch?
I don't know, dude. The chat
Probably.
was sometimes trying to betray us and started to go, actually, guys, we're trying to bullshit.
Yeah. Who's this god she's talking about? It's like psh, psh.
Shh. And where was something? I said all alchemy is magic. That's not true. There is mundane alchemy.
There's also theurgy, which is like God's magic, basically.
Wait, what?
So he could have had a holy alchemic.
Yeah.
There's alchemy of the sun.
Blessed
which
stuff,
is,
yeah.
Yes.
yeah.
Everyone mentioned the map so far.
We
don't want
rolled with not your bullshit, but you took a lot of D&D creatures that don't exist in Aventuria. But we said, okay, in East Germany, after
Roll with
the
it.
magic invasion, anything could have happened.
Yeah.
So let's go with that. No old bears or bugbears or whatever in Aventuria.
And
Okay.
kobolds and Aventuria are very, very different. So like the normal Dungeons and Dragons kobolds, those little lizardy creatures, and in the Dark Eye, kobolds are more like I don't know, like old fairy tale legends.
Yeah, so
like,
I went with
Like a
the
puka.
original. I actually did the like the gremlin pugwudgie kind of style kobold. That's why, like the rat with the wolf fur kind of thing, as opposed to like scales like a lizard. Because I do like for me actually, and Myri knows this about me. I actually studied cryptozoology for a short period of time. And so for me, I love like the old legends and stuff. So when it was like East Germany, I was like, oh, okay, I can lean on some of this stuff. And then I was just picking up the stuff as it was going down. So it's like, cool. They're talking about like the war on the undead and things like that. I didn't know what you were tricking me with and what was going with it. And so I was like, all right, cool. And whenever you would feed me information, I would like try to run on that. But I didn't realize the scale or scope of like how high or low the magic was in this setting. So when I started off, I was like, okay, cool. So undead. Okay, well, what do I want to do here? Let's go with some undead, but I want to throw in something like a little bit like subvert expectations. Undead are up north. Why would they be down here? And I thought, what if they were undead fairies? What if that was the thing? They came into like what is effectively a fairy ring or a fairy court or something. And it was all dead and poisoned, and the undead were kind of trying to set roots here, literally and figuratively, and you guys like lent straight into it, which was really cool, which helps as a GM, like when your players lean into stuff, because I've spoken about the Dark Eye before with Myri, and there is so much lore and there is so much depth to this setting, and it's so meaningful and so like poignant just how much detail you can go into for your characters and for your adventures. And obviously, as a GM, that is a true pleasure to be able to delve into the world lore. And for me to come in with absolutely none of it I was really happy that you guys were able to help me like piece together these blanks and sort of adjust myself as I was moving through. So it went from this, again, fantastical tavern scene to like a more low key but still quite monstrous, almost semi werewolf encounter, to then eventually the almost like the psychological problem, you know, like of this warrior. And even though he was killed, there was still like the dilemma of like, what do we do with this person? Do we let potentially evil run out and into the world because it was evil that told us to kill this thing, or do we try to, you know, make a deal with the devil, so to speak, to ensure the safety of the world with no proof, which would be a juxtaposition to the paladin, what the paladin was literally doing. So you know, like as you play, it's fun to be able to like adjust and read the vibe, I guess, of the Dark Eye through the eyes of you guys as I was running the game. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, the Dark Eye is hard to pin down on whether it's low or high fantasy, because it can be both. But an intelligent undead is raising many, 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 many flags, because those are never good, and they are very powerful and very rare. But I was hoping that you would call bullshit on the undead dragon was taken out, among other things, by someone riding a divine chariot into his pyramid. But that did happen. So yeah, I was hoping you would call bullshit on that, because it doesn't sound like something that makes sense.
Not low magic in Aventuria.
I was also going to call it on Borberat, which I think was a name that Thomas dropped at some point or another, about this like powerful entity that might be coming back or whatever. I was like, oh, is that one? I was just, I wasn't sure.
No, but it is an entity that for a long time was just thought to be a very, very powerful dark wizard who keeps getting reborn. So the story of there's a guy and there's the soul of an evil dark wizard inside him would have
ring bells for a lot of Aventurians.
Yeah.
Nice. I love that.
So he's been banished, but could have been maybe.
Okay, so my total count that I've got on my bullshit meter is 7. 7 things got by me, and I managed to pick up on 4 of them, or 4 different things.
Well done. That's a win, I'd say.
Yeah, but I was really reaching for finding something to bullshit, because the Dark Eye was defeating me. Every time I thought that can't be true, I did find that, no, this rule exists.
Yes, we have a rule for that.
And
maybe we have even another volume of rules, especially for that.
True.
When you say like D&D 3.5 was so full of feats that it didn't work in the end. Dark Eye 4th and 5th edition top it off.
Okay. Now
There's
I want
a rule for almost everything.
Also, now I want Michael to try and say "Grad noch 7 Gurken."
Bitte.
Grad noch 7 Gurken.
Oh, that was pretty good. Wow.
That is actually a place in where the Russians live. Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Oh, look, if you don't ask me to read something, if you just say it and ask me to replicate a noise, I can do that. Like, I'm a voice actor. It's what I do.
That was just echolalia at work right there.
Yeah. That was it. Reading stuff is a thing. But, this is actually the funny thing. It's like, if you ask me to be a news presenter or a news anchor and you put up a teleprompter, I would just read what's on the thing and just be like, not even thinking about what I'm saying.
I am Ron Burgundy.
Easy. I am Ron Burgundy.
Put the question mark on there. Okay. So, I had fun.
Yeah.
And the only thing that managed to bank my fire of having fun with this was when we were actually just doing the Dark Eye rules, because I kind of had tried to ignore how useless a mage is as a beginning character in the Dark Eye.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of felt that too, which is why I had the girl push you out of the way at the start, because I was like, this is the final thing, and I'm just gonna give you the quick shove. And I felt kind of bad that I also kind of took it away from the dagger throw. But I was like, that first dagger throw actually brought him down like pretty heavily anyway. So I was like, yeah, it's okay. I don't mind getting a whack. But yeah, no, mages definitely seem like they have a hard time, at least at low levels. But that kind of seems par for the course, Yeah.
Well, it's still at higher levels, so you're very. It's not like you get spell slots, but you have astral points, and magic is usually very costly, and it takes a long time to regenerate those points, especially if you can't get a good night of sleep. So mages are basically like a fire once, and if you don't hit, then it's over for you. Kind of deal in the Dark Eye.
Mages are strong on versatility. They had to be nerfed during the editions because a good mage, high-level mage, could stand in for almost any other class. So they were nerfed for the 5th edition, but still, when they are good in their spells, especially in utility spells, they can do a lot of stuff. But they're not that good as artillery.
No, that's true. Magic is not fighting is not a strong suit, but mages can be very good in investigations. So one thing I always want to do is to play an investigator, a magical investigator, because I think there could be some really nice stuff coming out of that. Like a gentle person investigator with spells.
Kind of reminds me of the mages in Shadowrun as well. Like, it's not so much the spellcasting that makes you unique. It's like the other stuff that surrounds
that you can look into the astral plane, things like that. Can be very powerful in Shadowrun, like magical spies. Yeah. But thank you so much, Michael. And you're a high energy GM, but I can't imagine how much. Oh my gosh. Was going on inside of you trying to keep this going somewhere
so much. And like I said, I came in with no adventure, no story, no idea, no rule, no campaign, no lore. I just sat down at a chair. I had made up like a handful of rules surrounding bullshit cards, but that is basically it.
Very good. And you did pretty well with the bullshit.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And can I also say it has been a true pleasure getting to, once again play with yourself. For those of you who don't know, me and Myri met a while ago on the Wizards of the Coast channel with, a bunch of friends for Ghost of Saltmarsh and Descent into Avernus. And I've told this to Myri a million times, and I'll tell it on her channel to all of the people here. Myri was always and is always one of the most phenomenal players that I have ever shared a stage with. It has been always a pleasure to get to share this space with you as a professional and as a friend. It's just it's so good, and I always feel like so happy whenever I get to do these things. Doesn't matter if it's like 2 a.m. or whatever. I will always be super thrilled. And it is through.
It's fair turnaround because I love playing with you too, and. The friendship that we built out of Ghost of Saltmarsh is the one thing I cherish most about that campaign. And 2, last time it was 5 o'clock in the morning for me, like 3 to 5.
Fair, yeah.
So, yeah.
That's true.
I know.
That's fair, that's fair. But to be fair, that was on Rob's channel, though.
That's true.
So, and of course, Myri introduced me to Eevie as well through some of the other campaigns that were there, and Eevie has always been a delightful ball of chaos that has managed to send games careening away. I think this is the first time that I've had to experience it from this side of the GM screen, and it is, again, always just so much fun to like have to match your energy and just your sheer unbridled Like the fact that this character came in and I'm just like, oh, she's not holding her punches at all. There is a whole thing that is happening here, and I'm sure that these were pre-generated characters. But I feel like if you told me that this was a character that you had made and you'd played for every single stream that you had done for the Dark Eye, I would have believed you. That is how much depth this character had already.
Thank you. So I cheated a bit. So these characters that we played are basically our iconic characters from the Quick Starter. And I made most of those iconics. So technically, it feels a bit like it is my character, not like as in stats, but as in background and what they are like. And yeah, this was one of the characters I originally
designed. Still embodying it in such a good way. And you know what? It was truly a pleasure. And again, always fantastic to get to share a table with you as well.
Thank you.
And Thomas, again, first time we've met, and I again have had an absolute pleasure with you as well, my friend. It is always interesting because I think every type of player often showcases, to me at least, because I play 10 to 15 games a week, right? Like this is my full-time job. I've done it for the last 8+ years, and I'm still going super strong. So I've seen all kinds of players, but there's always one type of player who is literally just a wealth of experience and knowledge that come from not only a background in like performance role play, but also from writing and design, and it carries with you as you play, and it is always so much fun to play with these characters because not once do you have a point where you turn around and challenge what's happening in the story or try to slow things down with things that just are inconsequential. You are someone who embraces the unknown. You take on the story and the lore, and rather than just sort of like, you know, you're not just a writer, you're a conductor. And every story that didn't make sense, you didn't immediately turn around and said, huh, that's really weird. That's not how it should be. You came up with a poetic and poignant and perfectly orchestrated reason as to why this belongs here. And as a GM, that is the best kind of player you can have. Someone who is helping with that immersion and that entrance into that realm. So, you know, thank you for that. And it was, you know, truly a pleasure to get to play with you as well.
Thank you for your improvisational talents and the good cheer you brought over and motivated us to run with the story. Most of the time, I'm not a player, I'm a GM myself, so I appreciate
I feel
people
that.
not having but page 46 in rulebook 37, there is no. Let it roll.
We did play a campaign that Thomas partly wrote, and he was always ready to pivot and go somewhere completely else, although he basically knew the in and outs. And yeah, that I can just say yes what Michael said. Okay, thank you all so much. We are going to switch over to a break, which is going to last as long as Nico and I need to eat a bowl of pasta. And then we will be back with a talk about favorite publications for the Dark Eye. Who's going to stay? Not Michael, I guess.
I know.
Eevie is going to stay. Okay.
I have a group of Fading Suns players waiting for me at 7, and I have to eat something in between too.
Okay. So we're saying goodbye to Thomas, and we're saying goodbye to Michael. Thank you so much, both of you. Michael, I hope you can go to sleep without being followed by D20s. And
oh no, I will. I've got 2 games coming up in the morning starting at 6 a.m. So you know me. It's
go sleep.
It's how I roll, baby.
Thank you very much for meeting us. Yeah, Michael is probably the one person I know who's got me bad for how many sessions he runs. Okay. Good night, Michael. Goodbye, Thomas. I'm switching over to the waiting screen, and we'll be back in a bit.